The concept of the multiverse, the concept of alternative universes with alternative laws of physics. If there was something that they could do that might open up a door to a parallel universe, you don't think they would do it?
Hello, and I don't know why it's on my OBS camera, but that's what
you're...
it's doing right now. Give me one moment. Well, is it going to work? I don't know.
Turn off your
Ever the question.
Is it going to work? I don't know. I turned it on. Let's see. Well, I'm black now.
Oh, there you go.
There you are.
Maybe.
Oh, no,
wrong,
no, you're
wrong
not
month.
your symbol.
Yeah, it's my symbol, but it's not letting my camera turn on. That's cool. Lovely.
Awesome. Fantastic.
That's was it last Thursday that I started off with the mic muted? I think that was Thursday. Where I boomered the hell out of that.
The muke-mited.
Yes, my muke-mited. Did I say that again?
Oh, we lost Alf.
Oh. And I'm going to back out and jump back in real quick. You two talk. I'll be gone for like 5 seconds.
Oh, sweet. We can talk about whatever we want, Brad.
Well, Alf just took off the Melmac.
Oh, wait, hang on. We got him back.
All right,
he's back. We're just waiting for static now.
My audio was acting funny after that intro.
I can hear a little static on yours, actually.
Hey, look.
Hey,
now we have static.
Hey.
Now we have static.
Now I am static. Wait, what? So how's everyone doing? Welcome to episode 55 of the Weekend Pregame. It's been a lovely start to this show. We have, oh my gosh, I had a great opening line. Everything's racist. Like, everything's racist. Thank you, Juneteenth.
Oh, yeah.
Bringing out the best in every month.
For the month and for Juneteenth, I'm going to help celebrate. Here we go. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
I mean, I'm filling multiple boxes here.
Yeah, you're checking all the boxes.
Yeah, I'm Pando Lando. Let's go.
Pando Calrissian.
And he's black. Like, I don't know.
Hang on. I gotta make sure the Colt 45 is properly represented here.
Yeah, you may want to move that.
Move it. Yeah.
The comb in the hair is a nice touch.
Thank you.
Where's Phoebe Waller-Bridge droid?
Shit! I knew I forgot something.
Oh, I know. We can't see her. She's down below.
You should have that like standing behind Lando.
Yeah,
with a strap on.
I swear.
Just raise it up and down. There you go.
I didn't know you wanted to get canceled off of YouTube, but I mean, if you're down,
you don't.
It's a robot. It's a robot going up and down.
You can't see the tip, but you know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like you can pull it off. You can pull it off.
I swear with the new Indiana Jones movie, they were trying to make up to her because a lot of her part in that movie in Star Wars was cut. If you watch that movie, her part seems very muted. Like she's barely there. And then what I hear is that there was a lot more for that character. Yeah. They cut it. I bet you they were making it up to her. So
probably all the worse for that.
Yeah. Seriously.
Why do they owe her? Why would they owe her anything?
I couldn't imagine why either, but they probably have their reasons.
And who gives a shit about
contractual? Maybe it wasn't fulfilling contractual obligations or something like that. Like X amount of dialogue.
And who gives a shit about Phoebe Waller-Bridge? Honestly,
exactly.
I have no idea. So the plan is we weren't going to talk about the Acolyte, and then Amanda Law did a thing yesterday. She put out a music video which fit into what we were going to talk about. So and then also we're at episode 4 of the Acolyte, and they already did the thing. They already did the thing where what's her fucking bucket? May is now the sympathetic bad guy.
I'm almost wondering if they're going to gear towards them flipping sides.
Wait, guys, I think you're detracting from the fact of how well of a buildup it was for her to go from bad to good. I mean, that
even though as an 8-year-old, she was ready to kill her own sister.
I know.
They did say that Fight Club was one of the inspirations, so they're going for some kind of crazy drop the beat moment with this. It's going to happen. It's going to be stupid, but it's going to happen.
I don't see how it could be stupid.
I can't think of any reason why I'd watch the next episode, but I'm like, maybe the last one or the last two. I wasn't even planning on watching this. So the pronoun thing was it was so low effort that even the pronoun people are having issues with it.
Like they didn't give it enough attention?
Well, so they're like, she doesn't ask anyone else their pronouns. Why is it only the
That
weird
is a good point.
Why is it
only the weird otter beaver thing?
Well, wait, I have an answer.
Oh.
She just met the otter. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say she because I'm now presuming OSHA violations pronouns. OSHA violation first. This is her OSHA violation first meeting the otter. So maybe we didn't see her get her OSHA. I can't do it.
You know what? You're right.
Get the other pronouns off screen.
Yeah, everyone she's met, she's already known. With the exception of actually the Padawan that's got the hots for her.
Oh, yeah, I know. I bet she scanned them with her little iPhone robot. There you go. And
she's got to be sitting on your lap.
No, go a little more to the other side, so it looks like she's tickling your beard.
And then
the other way. There you go. Make her slowly go up like you're getting excited. Just rising up and down. It's a robot. It's doing manual labor. Robots go up and down.
It's a robosexual.
It's a good way to get tetanus.
Did y'all see? And I think it came out on the Nooner this week. But the names of the twins, when you put them together, they're the names of a soap company.
Yep. Yeah. So after the first 2 episodes, I randomly Googled OSHA May, and I didn't think anything of it. It was the soap company that popped up, and I didn't think anything of it. I was like trying to see like if maybe like May wasn't some sort of like OSHA term or something of the sort. Like I was like, what are they doing with this? But yeah, I guess a soap company I could see.
And I guarantee these people aren't that creative that's exactly where they got it from.
It's just too much of a coincidence.
Yeah.
I think they do it on purpose. I'm really starting to think they're doing this on purpose. Like the fucking dickhead, the Coyote Mundi, whatever his name is. With him being there with the discovery of the Sith, and then the thing from the Phantom Menace where he's like, there hasn't been a Sith for 1,000 years or whatever. Like, I think they're doing that shit on purpose. I don't think they're messing it up.
What if Mrs. Headlamp This character did the Jedi mind trick on him.
Oh, so
In a
like
future episode.
MIB style flashy
Yeah.
thingy.
Mhm. She could end up being the big bad guy. I don't trust that green skinned chick.
She is awfully moody, isn't
She's a
she?
terrible, terrible actress.
Wow. I mean, you're implying that she got her job not through merit.
Yeah. How dare
Well, I
you?
mean, that's just
She's
not-
stunning and brave.
Well, I mean, based on what's his name, O'Keefe's thing that came out today.
Oh, I
yeah.
only watched half of it.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
Yeah,
So
Disney.
yeah, thank you, James O'Keefe. Like I want to talk about so many freaking things.
It's a cornucopia.
I've got I do have some cringe for us because things just like to show up right before we go live. And it's a beautiful short little 20-second video, so I've got some cringe for us. We're going to talk about how being white's bad, and we're going to talk about the
Thank
woke
God.
right. Plus the Disney shit, plus Amanda with an L in the middle of it.
Mandla.
Amandala.
Amanda.
Amandla.
Amandla.
A Mandalorian.
Amandla.
I
She
like
put
how-
out a music video that just because
Oh.
of June 19th.
It's transcendental.
This was her response to everyone
Trans. That's right.
making fun of her for being on the Trevor Noah show, whatever it's called.
That was from years ago, actually, apparently.
Right. Well, I know because that's on the new set. When but you know what? I think in the song she does say 2018 when she did that.
Yeah,
So what
she
could
was.
have
That was.
possibly been
That,
talking- That's right. I remember seeing that when that was all going around.
yeah, that was an earlier interview, but it doesn't. It obviously identifies what she is and what she stands for.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, and well, thank you, James O'Keefe. We found out you can't get a job at Disney unless you're like that.
And definitely not a white male.
Yeah, that dude who's sitting there on that date, it's like, I'm probably never going to get promoted.
And the only reason he still has that job is because he thinks the way they think, and that's why he's sitting there with no chance of any sort of promotion or anything, because he agrees with them.
It's about time.
That's the only thing I can figure. He the way he comes off, you can tell he doesn't like it, but he's lying to himself, I think, in order to accept it, because he's kind of got a little bit of a big wig, a minor big wig job at. Actually, wait, no, is he sea level?
What was he labeled as?
It said senior.
No, he's not. He's not sea level because he said he
No, it said
kind of
se-
has a team.
It's his name is senior vice president, but I'm not sure of what.
How do I find my bookmarks? I bookmarked it. How do I find
Senior vice president. What the fuck?
I think it was I think it was senior vice president of like business or something.
That title is retarded.
I know.
Senior vice president.
If you're senior and vice president go together because vice is subservient to the president.
Yeah.
So why is he a senior vice president? Unless there's multiple vice presidents.
There are multiple vice
There
presidents.
is. Now there'll be a vice
Okay.
president for each division, but now you have a senior vice president that the vice presidents sit under. Is there a senior? It's just stupid
Well-
corporate horse shit. Is what.
Well,
it
we
is.
got the same thing at our firm. We have managing partners. We
Oh,
have.
I don't
senior
want you to get in
partners.
trouble. I could talk about this. I don't want you
I'm
to
just,
get
I'm
into-
just telling you
because
that it's
this-
not unusual structure.
This is all just horse shit. I know it's not. I know this is common, but this is horse shit to create more middle management job for people and their friends. That's all it is.
Oh, that's just a title.
Yeah, more jobs than are actually needed.
They don't get money. They just get a title. That's actually what they do sometimes.
Yeah, they create titles. There's so many different titles in like the tech industry when you work in code that it's absolutely ridiculous. I don't have a problem with like
There it is.
junior engineer, and senior engineer. That makes sense, but they've got so many different ways of explaining it to like make things seem better. I don't know. I was called a manager at one point in time, and all I did was the same shit I've always done. I didn't have a team or anything. Anyway,
Oh, he's got an Instagram page, possibly.
is anyone else shocked that May is already a good person? She's going to go and turn herself into the Jedi after killing two
But
people.
the story
because-
was so well built up.
Yeah.
That's standard Disney SOP is to make the bad guy into a relatable nice guy.
I thought for sure
bad guys are misunderstood.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, bad women are misunderstood.
Why
Well,
can't we just have a bad guy?
That's not true. Thor fucking loving thunder thighs had a misunderstood male bad guy.
Yeah, I don't know what we would call him. He was very pale, so maybe he was albino.
Right. You know what? You're right. He was like the whitest of the white. He was the most misunderstood white ever.
I just don't
Yeah, I'm gonna
understand
check something.
why we can't have a simple bad guy who's just a bad guy. Just pure evil.
The
What's wrong with that?
question of the century.
I have my conspiracy theories.
I'm
Sure.
okay. I'm okay with nuance if you want to have a more nuanced bad guy, but it's to the point where every bad guy is misunderstood now.
Yeah.
You don't have different tiers of bad guys. You don't have just the pure evil guys. They're all just misunderstood. They dealt with racism or something growing up, and that's why they are the way they are.
Okay, I just checked. I went and checked the episode. At 10 minutes, she's talking about her sister being part of the Jedi scum. At 23 minutes, she says, I don't want to keep this deal. I'm going to go turn myself into the Jedi. I mean, that 13 minutes was some of the most dramatic, emotional change of heart that I've ever seen in my life.
I'm shocked they didn't wait at least until episode 5 or 6.
I mean, I know she's probably had like 10 to 15 years of hating the Jedi, but those 13 minutes, which we really didn't see, wow, so pivotal. That's submitted for Emmys right
And
there.
even
That's,
at 8 years old, wanted to kill her own sister.
yeah. Well, that's how you stop people from leaving.
Yeah, she
Hey.
wasn't a
Oh,
sociopath
right.
as a child or anything. Like she was always, always
It's the opposite of if you love it, set it free.
So what's even left for the show to do? She's gonna go turn herself into the Jedi, and then we get to find out who Smiler Ren is, which I think it's the Asian dude.
Or
Dimestor,
is he going to be
Ezra.
just a bait and switch himself?
You know
I
what?
said it.
And
No, I
don't-
said it.
I don't like people calling him Discount or Dime Store Ezra Miller because that implies that Ezra Miller has any value to begin with.
Faux Ezra,
Gucci?
Yeah, faux Ezra. There we go.
knockoff Ezra.
Yep, knockoff Ezra. That still implies some sort of value. Anyways, but he's actually more. Ezra Miller, is he Asian at all? This guy looks Asian. I don't know.
His name is Manny Jacinto. I think he's
He might be
Hispanic.
Mexican. Never mind.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? They like to mix it up sometimes.
Well, there's a lot coming across the border
Filipino.
these days.
Oh, I do think Ezra Miller's got a little Asian in him, so
Probably
Yeah.
had a little Asian.
he's had
Got a
a few.
little sociopathy in him.
Let's not talk about that. I think he's Smiler Ren. Unfortunately,
Yes.
I would have loved the "I am your mother" scene.
We might still get it. We might still get it.
You know what? You're right. The horn
Like-
one.
Yeah, the horned
bad.
one we still do not see die
Right.
officially,
Like-
and we do still have to see the Wookiee fight. So we know we're gonna get one. This is gonna be another flashback. Is the problem?
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, with them saying they admitted that they're going for some type of Fight Club type mic drop. Don't be surprised if the mother does come out and say, "I am your mother," at some point.
I am your birthing person, which is technically correct.
I mean, seriously, if she's already going to turn herself in, all that's left is to discover who that thing is. There's
It's
nothing else to it.
It's Kamir. The dude's name
Is
is
that-
Kamir.
Is that the
That's
name
his
of
character.
the little
Yeah,
skinny
it's the
guy?
character.
Yeah,
And
come
when I
here.
was at the end of my video, I pointed out that the height next to the OSHA actor Mandla is about the same between Smilo and Khmer. And Khmer also appears very slightly built, which also matches the actor as well.
Okay. Oh
least
shit!
that's-
You know what, dude? That's what I said after the first 2 episodes.
Oh,
Jokes on
no.
all of you. They aren't twins. They're triplets at Smiler. That's exactly what I said 2
Oh,
Thursdays
fuck.
ago.
Well, the one scene where, and I saw it on tweets, the one scene where the whatever it is, Dark Jedi is use the Force to use her fingers to move the people out of the way. The hands look black.
Well, but
I don't know if they were
gloves.
wearing. I don't know if they were wearing gloves, but it was all
me
the way
see.
down to the elbow.
But the
Let me
arms
check.
look more defined. Like they actually had some muscle. So I don't know if that's gonna.
But the sleeves cut off like at the
But then-
elbow, and then you see just it looks like black arms.
But then it could just be another Taskmaster thing where they just do a
True.
body switch.
Yeah,
Um,
you're giving Disney too much credit.
I can't tell if that's just like a very tight shirt or what.
Yeah, it looks like it could be just his or her arms.
Yeah. But you know what though? It doesn't. It actually just looks black. I'm not referring to like African American color. I
No,
mean
it
the
just looks
skin
dark.
looks black, like
Well,
malt.
the scene is a dark scene too, so it's like you are getting
Yeah.
a lot of light on the person
And it
themselves.
it could be an alien that has darker skin. Who knows? But
So my reason for
I'm-
them being triplets was because that would be the one way they can literally one up Luke and Leia.
by having them be triplets, right?
I think they've already one upped them because they're created by the thread.
Right. There is
And there's
that.
that.
But that could also be hard because people will say like, well, the thread is just some other sort of bullshit.
Well, it's just
I don't-
another. It's just their interpretation of what the Force is. That's all.
Yep.
That's all it
And-
is.
That's why I'm not that offended by the thread. I'm
No,
more
it's just goofiness.
I just don't
Yeah.
like witches in Star Wars because I
You know
feel
what
like
it is? Calling something else is a great way to confuse your fucking audience.
Yes. Pretty much. It's a very low effort way to do a swerve and go like, oh, it's something else. Look over
I
here.
mean, Fractured is probably not aware of this, but in some of the Legends books, there were different people who saw, because he's clearly a sequel fan.
Yes,
with,
very much.
L5 and Mando there, but there were different people who saw the Force different ways, and they called it different things. I just say it's like, look, God exists, and people interpret it different ways. That's why we have different religions.
Right. So
That's why I'm not that offended by it.
Right. And and I get what you're saying about how like there's books and stuff where they called other people consider the Force other things. And I'm not hating on the idea of this weird cult calling the Force the thread or whatever.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I just think if you keep doing shit like that, it's gonna be confusing.
It also diminishes the core story, but that's, I think, part of their plan.
But like even in the books, like they still had an admittance that it was the Force that they were referring to, but they just had like their terminology for it. Basically. And
Why
they
is
weren't
the
trying
Acolyte even trending right now?
I don't know.
Probably that music video. That is
Oh,
hot
The
fire, guys.
music video is the first thing that shows up.
That is wow. If MTV still did videos, ooh boy, that'd be all over the place.
yeah,
Yeesh.
I like how they call it MTV Music TV, and they don't play any music anymore.
I was gonna say, when was the last time they actually did that?
Probably cost more money to rebrand.
I think it was in
20
the 90s.
Yeah.
Well, the 90s was when they started doing Road Rules and Real World. So
Oh God.
that's when it all
I
started.
think it was in the 2000s that they stopped even doing any kind of music.
Yeah, then they had MTV2, and then even MTV2 eventually switched over doing the same shit.
Well, MTV2 was cool because they had like the metal shit on there because back then it was all pop on MTV.
Right.
Also, a VH1.
Mm-hmm. And then VH1 had an alternative channel too, because they were doing the same thing. An old reality TV and crap.
VH1 was video hits, I guess.
So we've got the meme here. We've got the Acolyte meme. They're all filleting themselves.
I love that.
Yeah, I saw this earlier.
Wait a minute.
What's funny is the sequels are they put Andor up here in Rogue One.
Yeah, I'm pressing exit out on that one.
I can actually kind of accept Rogue One. The Disney things
Well,
have been put out.
They're different.
I'm okay with Rogue
but
One.
you gotta look at it. They're putting them as like different tiers. So Andor's not as good as Rogue One. The Ewoks movies, although they weren't woke or anything, they were still shit.
Yeah.
The holiday special was shit. So if you're putting the Acolyte below the holiday special, you're saying something.
Holiday special is pure Kino. I watched that the other day. It was enjoyable.
So
Clean your
what?
room.
Chewie's pervy father.
Hell yeah, the obscene jowl. That was great.
The Wookiee,
underbite.
The other
yeah, the Wookiees were tough to watch in that.
Yeah, the amazing thing is there was no subtitles. It literally was just like scenes are.
Yeah. Well, and they sometimes had
to.
the occasional human stand-in that kind of explained what they were saying.
Like Harvey Korman comes in.
And hey, you know what? We had a B. Arthur singing moment. You can't go wrong. Come on, B. Arthur, right?
Apparently,
Right.
according to
Was it
Steve,
Donna Summer?
Apparently,
Diane
according to
Carroll.
She was one of them, I think.
apparently according to Steve, this panel is really gay. So
And well, what's funny is it's way less gay without him here.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's not here.
that and Dermy's not
Or
here.
Dermy.
So
Ed Dead Dermy's not here. Nor Shock, and that helps too.
When
That's
Shock's
odd
kind of
that
there,
they're
But
Shock's kind of
it's
there
not-
hard
isn't it
regular.
odd?
It's
that
not
all of
entirely
them-
Shock's fault. I mean, it's just he just has a baby face. It's not his fault.
It's
doesn't
just
ever
kind of
get a-
odd that they're all gone together.
Oh,
oh,
Well,
my.
so
Whoa.
Shock, I know why Shock's gone.
Don't cover for him.
no, we're going with the implication that they're doing stuff together.
Well,
They're all doing
except
butt
I
stuff.
know.
They went to the
know-
Green Door in Vegas.
I know what Dermy's doing right now.
Ugh.
He's,
You-
yeah,
are you
and you
watching-
know what? He's doing it with Adam, that Renaissance nerd.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, so the hatred that he portrays on stream is just a front. Okay, I got you.
Well, I mean it's a crush, right? It's a man.
I mean,
Oh,
they're-
right,
they're-
right. School
they're
boy.
both-
You know, I
buddies.
think if you go back long enough, everyone's got a little Jewish in them.
Oh,
So
Yeesh.
we were talking about Wookiees, and we didn't even have to worry ourselves with the fucking Wookiee and the Acolyte, which is
No.
unfortunate. I was like, you know what? That has a chance to be cool. It's a fucking Wookiee Jedi. Let's do something. Don't
With a
fuck
skullet.
these. Just like Finn from the sequels.
At least Finn lived from his
Big
lightsaber
fucking
cut along
holy-
his spine.
They might as well have fucking killed him after the first one.
True.
Wait, did they take the Wookiee out of the Chinese poster as well?
Uh,
Ta-dum.
I mean, it's Juneteenth for God's sakes.
that was yesterday.
Well, the whole
Whatever.
month is June.
I'm pretty sure
It's-
it all. Yeah, it's all.
Let's just point out that yes, June is Pride Month. It's 30 days, and Black History Month is 28 days. Guys,
Do the
let's
math.
work this out.
It's their extra
Oh.
day.
so I know why this is a holiday. Like, but why?
The
is it
actual
a
reason?
holiday? Do you know what I mean? Like I know the actual reason is like the last day the last slave was freed or whatever.
No, it's when
Why?
Galveston found out about it.
Oh, it took that long?
Yeah, Galveston, Texas, the black slaves in Galveston, Texas, were not aware of the Emancipation Proclamation for almost 2 years.
Okay.
So that's why it started down there in Texas as a celebration then. And actually just during the Biden
Oh, so
administration.
was it a holiday in Texas before 2 years ago when this became a holiday?
Yes. Yeah.
Actually, I think this became a holiday under Trump's.
I thought it was under Biden.
Biden or Obama?
To
Yeah,
the
I
Google
think
machine.
To the Google.
Let's see what Wikipedia says. It'll change on me as I'm reading it. Oh my God. I just typed Juneteenth in, and I had on Google, and I'm getting a whole animated thing now. A whole bunch of black arms are going across the screen, holding flags up.
I
Okay, so
guarantee-
2021.
I guarantee
Okay.
if you put in July 4th, you won't get a bunch of shit on your screen.
At least we don't go about killing people. On
Well,
There's nothing here for. It's called Independence Day.
Yeah.
so it was President Joe Biden signed the bill, blah, 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 on June 17th, 2021, making Juneteenth the 11th American federal holiday and the first to obtain legal observance as a federal holiday since Martin Luther King Day was designated in 1983.
I remember there was a whole fight on that for a long time. I think
Why
it was
was-
in Arizona.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think Arizona. had
Racist
issues.
bastards. I mean, I'm like, let's make like 2 or 3 more federal holidays. Fuck it.
Yeah, give me some more. I'll take the
Hey,
federal holidays.
I worked yesterday.
I didn't.
Hey,
And fuck, my company's not even based in this country, and I got the day off.
hey, as of July 1st, I'm a contractor working for the government, so give me more of those holidays. I'll take them.
I had to appear in court yesterday. Court was open in certain places in Florida.
And hello, acid, and hey, Timon. Wait,
Where's
federal
Fuba?
government was open on a federal holiday? Oh, you don't work. I guess you weren't in
It was-
federal
it was
court.
state
You were-
government.
It was state court.
Yeah,
State
yeah.
court, which is still weird because usually they take federal holidays.
Do you get Veterans Day off?
Is that the 11th?
That's the 11th of November.
I don't know if we do or not.
It's the only time I ever get Veterans Day off is when I'm in school.
I don't know. Let me see what's happening in November.
And that's a federal
Monday.
holiday.
It says holiday. No, it doesn't say office closed, so I guess I'm working.
Yeah, so Juneteenth, but the fuck the veterans.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, the federal employees get the day off, but I'm not a federal employee. I was shocked I got Juneteenth off.
Hey, at least you don't work in the services industry. They don't get anything off.
yeah.
I get Martin Luther King Day off, but I do not get President's Day.
Martin Luther King Day is usually around my birthday, so it's nice if I have the long weekend.
Oh, nice. So yeah, the Wookiee was a waste of time, and I don't know. Let's pull up this.
Funny
dingus-
how he dies so quickly, and yet Finn managed to live long enough to get put into medical aid.
Grief.
All right, where is this?
Justice
He didn't even
for
get
Wookiees!
stabbed. He didn't even
No.
get stabbed. He just got
cut.
sliced.
He got and it
That's
was a
how he
fresh,
died.
It was a fresh wound too. Like it was still like all glowy and shit.
What the fuck is going on?
I
All right,
especially liked how Smilo Ren floated down.
Yeah.
Like Mary Poppins.
Yeah.
so I saw it, so you guys have to see it.
Oh no.
Oh no,
Not
The
again.
video.
This is
not
different.
again. Oh, I've seen this.
What the hell?
It's Vin Diesel drinking gas.
Getting ready for
This
the
is a
fat-
weird. This is a weird edition of Road
This is-
Warrior. What the hell?
What?
This
This is AI.
Yeah. Oh,
Really
yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
Whoa!
And Vin Diesel looks rough.
Well, gasoline will do that to you.
Yeah, gasoline will do that. That was him with you.
Look at him.
Hold on. Hold on.
This is awful. I can't look at it.
Where
Looks
did
like a
that
bit.
go?
It looks
that-
like a
is
bit. It looks like
Him
a
with
big
Paul
big
Walker
wheel.
Oh
in a-
no!
in a flaming vehicle.
No!
Yeah. The next part, it looks like a big wheel.
It looks he looks like George Animal Steel there.
It looks like when they did Mortal Kombat kart racers. or something.
Oh, this is his audition for Ghost Rider.
Oh,
Oh, there we go.
Of course, he'd be in a car. He wouldn't be on a motorcycle. Yeah, you're right.
I like
You're
how the
right.
car is on fire.
Vinny. Wow, that gas chugging thing was fucking disturbing. God damn.
Oh, he was deep throating that gas.
Yeah, it was. Jesus.
Okay.
Oh, we got a puppy.
Almost as bad as the Harry Sisson Joe Biden one that's been going around.
Oh,
Oh, no,
stretch.
not-
We got a puppy.
Oh, look at the puppies.
Ooh, you go for it.
That's a good detox.
Thank you.
There we go. Good puppies. Good doggo.
Hey, if you want a good detox from the Acolyte, I watched on Critical Drinkers channel him watching the first episode of Firefly for the first time.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
I just went and played Knights of the
And-
Republic 2.
And the first episode of Firefly, if you haven't watched it in a while, there's so many great acting and great turns in the plot, and that one episode, it's amazing. The writing we were blessed with in the 2000s.
Well, and it's
And
funny too when it
we
comes
took-
to
we-
Firefly that they aired it out of order too.
I know, but when we were back then, we were like, "Oh, this is kind of a good show." But and then in retrospect, looking at what we're watching nowadays, you go back and it's like that was awesome, and we
Yeah.
just didn't see it that way. That was like
Yeah.
that was peak television. Was the late '90s, early 2000s.
Have
that
you
kind of
heard
stuff.
how R&B says that all the current writers for all these shows have taken lessons from Joss Whedon but done it wrongly? Like
Yeah.
they do the same sort of style
Oh.
will work for Whedon shows, but it doesn't work for these shows. Like everyone has like a quippy personality. When you're writing a high school
Yeah,
show,
we
or
all
something,
pointed
that's
out
fine.
that's really annoying.
Yeah, there's too
So-
much of that shit now.
Yeah, he says that's what you see on Star Trek Discovery, and like the Acolyte is Star Wars' version of Discovery, and he said it, and that's
So we have
spot
Joss
on.
Whedon to blame. Gotcha. So we have to.
Well,
beat
and
him to the
now
club.
every single
Gotcha.
Marvel Avengers fucking quippy and fucking smart ass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just because it worked when James Gunn first did it.
I was gonna say James Gunn kind of took his formula, but actually did it a little better, just a little.
I'm okay with a little bit of comedy mixed in with the action, as long as it's even-handed. But when you get to the point with, what was it,
Thor: Love and Thunder.
Thor: Love and Thunder, where it was like every other thing was a joke.
Thor: Love and Thunder is a literally movie just of one-liners.
Mm-hmm. It's like an AI generated movie. Just give me one-liners for Thor jokes. That's all it is.
That's the last thing Thor needs is a one-liner. And I thought they did that in Ragnarok too much as well.
And honestly, Thor is funny enough just listening to him talk as like a Shakespearean actor, because that's what he sounds like
Yeah, that
when he talks,
and then-
and that's fine. That's how he talks. And that's funny enough. Just listening to that, I think it's hilarious. The first Thor movie was when he would talk, it'd be hilarious, but it also you take it as a perspective of he's from a different culture. That's how they
Yeah.
talk.
They normalized him to human culture way too quickly.
Yeah. They you can still be a fish out of water and not be an idiot, which is what they
Yeah.
decided to make him. And
Right.
and then you could see really in Love and Thunder when they showed him and Jane hanging out together, it's like, oh, dude just like gave up his penis and just like
I don't even remember it. I was so just off put by the whole thing.
they were showing like the past of them hanging out together, and like he'd be going out to dinner. I'm like, why the hell's Thor going out to dinner with Jane and her? This is weird. He's Thor. I mean,
Well,
Natalie
I don't
Portman's
mind
fine.
Thor having a night off. Like, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but that they were like,
That's
playing
not
games
something
and-
Thor would want to do.
yeah, like
know?
we watched Jeopardy in my house, but I don't expect to see Thor and Jane sitting around
Thor-
watching Jeopardy.
Thor would be sitting around a big table drinking steins of beer, laughing with his friends,
Yeah.
eating big turkey legs.
Telling
Mhm.
war stories and whatnot.
Yes.
I'm just trying to think. Like, is there like Thor would just never have a relationship?
He would, but with another.
It would. Well, he would
Guy.
have he would have a ton of very very short relationships.
Well, yeah. I mean, they obviously they've expressed they live like 5,000 years. So
Right.
a relationship with a human is going to be very short-lived, even if they're with them for their entire life. It's still going to be a short experience in their whole life.
It doesn't matter. She should be dead. But no, she's got.
And to be honest, let's just face it, she wasn't in that many movies or that many appearances in the MCU up to Endgame. She wasn't there very much.
She wasn't even in Ragnarok.
All right.
Just mentioned. That was it.
She was in 2 movies leading up to Endgame. That's it.
Thor 2 didn't. She well, yeah, Thor 1 and Thor 2, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
She wasn't
The
in
reason
it.
why she fucked off?
No, she wasn't in Endgame. It was just Thor 1, Thor 2. They mentioned her in
Age of
Age
Ultron.
of Ultron.
was it Age of Ultron? Yeah.
Yeah, because she was doing some study on.
They talked about they talked about sending her to a safe location where she wouldn't get attacked or something like that.
Was
So
Age of Ultron before Dark World?
after.
Okay, so she would have already had the cancers.
Yeah. Well, she got infected with the which stone was that?
Ether. The Reality Stone,
The Reality Stone.
which was just
the ether
mist
whatever.
or something to
Yeah,
begin
the
with.
red mist. So Amanda Steinberg did a thing. Now we're gonna play. We're gonna watch this.
Oh God. Why? Oh no.
Have you
I
guys
heard-
seen? Have you guys seen it?
I haven't
heard-
listened to it. I've just seen.
I heard this earlier on Geeks and Gamers, so
Oh, I didn't see that part.
I've seen this.
I'm gonna have it quiet because she's claiming everything. But there's subtitles on it. We can talk about what she has.
Oh, I didn't see the subtitle.
Hey,
There's subtitles.
she may be a wild leftist, but she's got a nice body.
She's
so-
all right.
You
I
can
do
mute
agree.
it. You can mute this and still watch it and have a good time.
There's no junk in the trunk. I don't think there's
No.
any junk in the trunk, which is unfortunate for her.
It's all in the front.
She's half white.
Exactly.
Wow.
That's how you know.
It's all
how
in the
you
front.
Have something. Yes.
Yeah, Obama's got the same problem.
Oh, okay. I can't say I've spent much time looking at Obama's
Yeah,
ass.
Big Mike.
Big Mike's got other issues.
Big Mike's all in the front too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that video.
Which one?
Oh, okay. Let's get on with this, please.
You guys aren't gonna really hear it.
Oh, this
I'm not
is
hearing
awful.
anything.
Do it. Yeah.
I'm hearing it.
Oh right.
Yeah, here we
Oh okay. There. Okay. There's a little-
Oh, this is awful.
The discourse.
discourse.
God, could you imagine?
They thought this was a good idea.
That's exactly what I
Well,
was just gonna
did she
say.
do this herself? Is that the thing? She decided to do this herself?
Well, I think she hired someone to do the camera work and edit it.
There's
She
But
obviously hired someone to make the music because she can't fucking sing. She isn't
No.
even singing. This is
she's
like,
she's like whispering the whole song.
beatnik shit with fucking hip hop beats in the
How
background.
dare you insult beatniks, sir?
Really? You're
I don't know. I'm just.
I wonder.
Who?
Did
Who's
I
Trevor
won-
the King?
no,
Trevor the
wait,
King.
wait. I wonder, did Disney put her up to this?
I think no.
You know what? I think. Oh,
I don't
God
think so.
damn
It's
it.
possible.
Might not be wrong. She's better than JoJo Siwa. He might not be wrong.
Did Disney say, "Hey, I would bet money they knew they were going to get flack from the show, and they're like, we need to put some stuff together."
Well, so okay, they would have had to have done it within the last 2 weeks, 3
Right.
weeks,
That's fine.
because she's like the King Trevor Noah. She's talking about an interview from 2018 that she did
Right.
with Trevor Noah. That's what she was going viral on Twitter about. So all she's done is talk about herself so far, which is normal for this kind of music.
It's the team I was running from city to city to speak on the story, you know the way.
2018, talking about a story about police murdering a black boy, because I have no idea what a Trevor Noah
That
thing.
Trayvon?
I thought Trayvon was
A long
before.
time ago.
Trayvon was way earlier.
Was it Michael
Trayvon
Brown?
was like before 2016.
So
Michael
I
Brown?
don't know who 2018 was.
She's been
she even
politically
know?
active since
How old
her
is-
young days.
That's what she's saying. That was when she was a teenager. She might not
Yeah,
even have been
actually,
18 at that point in time on that interview.
Like
How
when
old is
she's
she
like
now?
she's in her early 20s. I think she was like 14 or 15. She started doing all this political activism.
Who are her parents?
Some Dutch white dude and a black
quote
woman.
unquote.
But no. Do we know we know who they are? Do we know their connections? Because that would explain
Tom Stenberg.
Because you said she's
and-
been doing this since she was 13 or 14. It reeks of
That-
dipshit Dutch girl.
She's 25.
Yeah.
What's her name? How dare you?
So
Oh.
she's 25, which means she has no real life experiences.
Right.
How dare you? She can tell
That's
you
what I just-
everything
Oh,
about
well,
anything.
I say that, but you had guys that were 17 and 18 years old going off to World War II that actually had real life
Yeah.
experiences.
Very
she's-
different.
But they
yeah.
she's
did
had-
stuff.
Yeah, they did real
Did stuff.
things. She's had no real life experience. Other
Greta.
than
Okay, so here we go.
playing victim.
On
Thank you.
Wikipedia,
Oh, Greta
Wikipedia.
not
Stenberg
Greta Van
is an
Susteren.
intersectional feminist. She's outspoken in her political views in interviews on social media. It was named Feminist of the Year in 2015 by the Ms. Foundation for Women.
I hear,
Spoken publicly
I,
about cultural appropriation. Her
I
video,
hear-
"Don't Cash Crop My Corn Rolls."
I hear feminist. All I hear is
That makes her
narcissist.
16 years old when she was Feminist of the Year.
Yes. Who is this? I mean, seriously, like, I'd never heard of this girl. I didn't realize she was Rue in the Hunger Games until it was mentioned at some
Oh
point.
shit! I never
Really?
yeah,
Yeah, she's Rue.
She turned out to be a bitch.
I liked Rue.
Separate the art from the
Speaking of
artist.
which, rest in peace, Donald Sutherland.
Yes.
Oh, that sucks. He's a great actor, or he
Yeah.
was a great actor.
It was 88.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went, and you know what? You wouldn't have with the end of his work. He did not. He was no Joe Biden. I'll say that. Meaning he had not decayed into what our current president seems to be doing.
Okay, I'm hearing cheap fakes right now.
No, that was the Vin Diesel shit.
I imagine Donald just died of old age. It just, for
Mhm.
some reason, he just gave out.
Probably. I hope so. I hope it was just something
88.
Natural.
I mean,
Peaceful and asleep. hopefully.
natural, painless. Yeah.
Hey,
just-
my grandfather's still holding in there, and he's been in his 90s, and he's on his third wife, who's half his age.
There's hope,
I
there's hope
wow.
for everyone.
told you guys, I saw Shatner back last November. He was 92 at the time. Dude was like putting on a show for an hour or so.
He's sharp.
He's still pretty
Probably why he
fucking
does
active.
all that stuff. It helps
And you
keep
got
him sharp.
and you got some people in their 60s that can't put a coherent thought together, and you got guys in their 90s that are like sharp as a tack.
He says he died following a long illness. That's all it says.
Okay. That could be anything, though.
Had Sutherland been in anything since the Hunger Games?
Not that I could think of.
Maybe shortly after the Hunger Games, he had some kind of mental or something kind of illness.
Maybe retired. Maybe, but a long-term illness. Something could have gone wrong with his kidneys, and we would have never have known. Right?
Mhm.
Well,
It looks
it
like
could.
His last thing was last year, 2023. Lawman Bass Reeves. He was in that
Oh,
show.
that was a good show.
That's the
No
basis
idea.
of the Lone Ranger.
Yeah, Bass Reeves is based on a true story, and it's made by
Yeah.
Taylor Sheridan.
So yeah,
Okay.
he's in all 8 episodes of that show, or at least the
Yeah, I
first
forgot
season.
I
forgot
could
he
see
was in
Donald
that.
Sutherland in a Taylor Sheridan show. Like that just makes sense.
So he probably just died of something.
I mean, if he keeps his private life actually private, then yeah, he just probably might have had something, and
And this is what
That's
made
so
Star-
weird.
because
this
he's
is what
probably
made-
old school. So
This is what made stars great, when they kept their personal beliefs to themselves, and
Kind of like
Private
what Kurt
lives.
Russell says.
You miss out on this.
Well, yeah. Let's
Yeah.
see what else she's got to say and see if maybe she should take a page out of Kurt Russell's book.
Yeah, my people cry in the theaters, find a release. And white people cry because see us as human beings.
White people cried because they could see us as human beings.
What is she referring?
What? I don't
I-
give a shit.
You know, it's almost like these people don't understand.
They don't
Yes.
understand nuance.
60 years ago, the Civil Rights Act was signed into law, and there's been significant progress since then, and significant progress since 1863. But you would still think that
It was
the way
all a
some people,
mistake.
that's
I
the way
think,
some people act. Slavery just ended.
It's almost as if they think they're owed to be on top. Am
You
I
know?
wrong?
Well, you know what? For this particular woman, what more could she have?
She's a star in a Disney show. She's been in the Hunger Games. What has
There's a
she
lot
been?
of stuff. I don't know what
how-
she's complaining about.
How has
Jesus
she
Christ.
been oppressed? How the fuck has she been oppressed?
So the movie is called The Hate You Give.
Yeah, I just saw that.
That's what I'm saying. There's a movie based.
Oh, that was okay. Hold on. I am going to look that up real quick.
It's the letter U, not the word U.
Of course.
It's like it's being texted.
I'll stop. I'll stop. We'll keep going. Trevor asked what I want the people to know.
Trevor asked what I want the people to know. I said white people cry. What's the
I say white people.
Oh, she
crying was the goal.
that clip that was floating around.
That was
Mhm.
from that interview. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what Trevor asked what I want the people to know, and that white people crying was the goal.
Yeah.
And you know what? From the rest of the context of the song, is she wanted white people crying to finally because they finally saw black people as humans.
We
Yeah.
saw that. We saw that, normalization of, race relations in the 70s, 80s, 90s.
Yeah, I wish we could go back
They're-
to the 90s when I was
they're-
in college.
I wish
They're
we could go back to the-
they're acting like they're in a new oppression.
Actually, I
This
want the
girl was
2000s.
born 98. So yeah, she's did not experience any of that.
You know what? You're
Well,
right.
let's-
She was a child during the peak of our culture.
She
in
was
the
a
late
child.
90s through the 2000s.
And when
No.
a lot of the relations was being heavily destroyed thanks to the president at the time.
Well,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Hmm.
Static. I'll say this: she grew up in her most impressionable time during the Obama years.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
So that makes sense to what you were saying earlier.
When
Go ahead.
Hmm.
I was just going to say when our nation elected, and I still think it's more important that the nation elected the first biracial president than the first black president.
Donald Trump is
Actually-
the first black president.
There's a little more significance, I think, to the biracial president, just because my understanding is many biracial people do not fit in either world. And
Oh yeah.
that's
Well, that goes back to the James O'Keefe shit,
Yep. Yeah.
where you're not black enough, so you can't get a promotion.
Yeah.
I hope to God that guy sees that interview and he's like, "Oh fuck, that's me."
Dude,
I need to
I-
And it wasn't
I-
James O'Keefe on the date. It was a woman.
dude, I hope someone sues Disney because of that.
It would be absolutely lovely. Now, we'll
And
we'll
it's-
talk. We'll go more into that after this. Let's
Yeah.
wrap this bitch up as much as possible.
one thing? What would it be? I say empathy. Oh, that's why they mad at me. They splice lines, make hate, they recognize, make it look like the same propaganda they spew. Cause they conflate our pain with violence.
Huh? Conflate your pain.
I don't
with violence.
understand
Well,
this
if we look
point.
back at 2020, now I don't blame all the black people for the looting and the burning that happened in
I blame the people
2020.
that did it.
There was a lot of fucking dumbass white people in there too. And as a
Mhm.
matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they instigated at least 50% of the horse shit. right? 'Cause that's how shit works. But no one's conflating pain with violence. I don't understand how that makes any sense. There is violence, and I know that there's some sort of pain you guys feel about something that never happened to you but happened to your great 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 grandmother.
I will say I think she has a valid point, because all we saw was this line where she says, you know, I want to see white people cry, or whatever she said. And I think it was taken out of context. So I do think she has a legitimate point saying, look, the reason I did this, when she's giving this tour of the movie, is like, you know, what
I will agree.
And I agree that is a conflation, and that's what I don't like, when we use clips and sound bites to promote our narrative.
I will agree. If you
and
don't
it's
listen to the
disingenuous.
first part of the song, you think she's
Just
just
as
being
they
a
do.
dick bag. But also that clip from the
Fire
Trevor
with
Noah
fire.
thing, she's kind of being a dick bag in that
Yeah.
Trevor Noah clip, because she
The
didn't
attitude.
listen. Yeah,
I'm just-
yeah, the attitude, exactly.
I'm just reading the subtitles here. She says, "Cause they conflate our pain with violence." That sounds like projection.
Yeah, I don't know what she's
You know,
talking
the
about.
Summer of Love, when they were destroying half the country. I'll leave it at that.
Well, yeah, well, and then, like I said, it wasn't all black people involved in the 2020 summer of destruction. There was a lot of white fucking people doing it too, and I think they helped instigate a lot.
I think they were. Yeah, I think they were instigating most of it.
Fucking Antifa's white. All right. They've got a few minorities in there.
Bunch of soy boy leftist
But
communists.
I follow a bunch of literal commie shit on Twitter, right? Like commie entities, not people, but like groups. And all their photos are a bunch of white people and then one random minority. And since I do follow the Arizona, it's typically a Mexican. Or there's also a native that regularly shows up in their photos. Anyways, let's see about what she's got to say about conflating pain with violence.
Try to weaponize everything that we do. The desperation of oppressors is rising, and now they holding on to any old thing they can use. If you rely upon misinformation, and that tells me you're afraid of the truth. Huh?
We have
Afraid of the truth.
videos.
What truth?
Yeah, what's the truth? I don't know what she's
Yeah.
even trying to say. She's just making
Afraid
a
of
bunch
what truth?
And then this is the line. So I'm done. I'm done after this. This is the chorus. There is a second verse. I don't care, but this is the line. We so bored, don't fuck with your discourse. She doesn't want to have a conversation.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like most leftists today.
Sounds like a commie to me.
They don't want to talk.
My
Because
way
they-
or the
because they-
highway.
They don't want to talk because they know their ideas will get shot down in an actual discussion.
There we go. I like this. Let me make it simple. Not just black or white, but all red. Yep. Thank you, Amanda. Is it Stenberg? Amandla Stenberg. Now to my list of things. Oh, you know what? Do I wait for Shock to get here? Where'd he go?
Oh
Oh,
no!
here.
No, I'll be back. I gotta take the puppies out.
You can't leave. I'm about to share the cringe.
Oh no! You don't get to let him get away with this.
Cringe.
You're not allowed to leave. We all got to deal with it. You got to deal with it.
I'm gonna have a puppy peeing on my foot.
Oh, well, go take your
That's what I'm
kitty out.
taking
Yeah,
the dog.
go ahead.
Take your puppy out. I don't know what the fuck I just called it a kitty. We can figure something else out between now and then. Oh, you know what? We can talk about this real quick. This one had me a little aggravated last night.
Uh-oh.
A lot of things had
Good
me
old tweet
aggravated.
from our vice president here.
Oh, what has she done now? Oh, that. Oh, fuck this.
Oh,
I saw that. Yeah.
Our LGBTQI plus children should not fear who they are.
Nothing
no one
says that
should
like a
They
weirdo
fight
in a bikini.
alone. We are all in this together, and we will fight with pride as she hugs a who knows what
In a bikini.
with its
yeah.
ass out.
I fucking hate June.
It
I
is
used
a
to-
real obnoxious month now.
June
really
used to
is.
be June used to be my favorite month. It was basically the beginning of summer. Now I fucking hate it.
You know, I know a lot of people that voted Biden, and they can't stand all the tea stuff.
There's a
Well,
lot
that's
of
what they
gay-
voted
there's-
for.
Wait, there's a
Well,
lot.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. I want to know if they are aware that the people they voted for, it's been 4 years. Are you aware that they're the ones promoting this shit? They want to push this shit. There's a reason why the FBI is showing up to people who work at work at hospitals, questioning what's happening when it comes to these health practices for the children. Ugh, how do I even say this? The people who are abusing their children for these purposes.
Right.
Purse puppies?
I hate that.
That's what they are.
I that's so fucking sad.
That's what they become. Purse puppies to these narcissists.
That's disgusting. You're
Yeah,
absolutely
it's kind of the
right.
same thing when they were, normalizing homosexuality in the 90s. Parents with their gay kids, they paraded out, "Oh my God, little Timmy's gay. Aren't we
I don't-
stunning and brave?"
Now, okay, I lived a very sheltered life in the '90s. That's why I probably don't remember that at all. Yeah, there was nothing like that in my circles.
I grew up in a very black neighborhood, and they were not about the gay stuff.
No, they are not. They still generally are.
Well, now they are.
Neither are the Hispanics.
Yeah, they're not, but they are. Like there's a
Mo-
lot of them on
most,
the down low.
most are not. I'll say
I
that.
mean, look what we
Most of
got
the
right
old
here.
schools. Well, most of the old schools are not.
What's the
These are.
overarching
This is
panel of it?
the. This is the.
Why do
a
you
creature.
why do you think they've been trying to effeminize black men for so long? Because
Yep.
black men are the last people that have anything to do with the LGBT movement. They've been trying to portray them as effeminized in pop culture for years now.
Well, and it's really funny too, considering they first promoted them as like the most tough alpha males with rap music and stuff like that, and now they're trying to flip the script and completely feminize them.
Oh, yeah, what's his name? Fucking Lil Nas, dude. What the fuck?
You go up to your average black man on the street and trying to pull some kind of gay prank, and they will beat your ass. Clear and simple. That's
Yeah.
what they'll do.
Yeah, you know I grew up with a black uncle. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's no real black in my family. He was in it by marriage. And he didn't put up with any bullshit like that. Like he would have never put up with any bullshit at all. Haven't seen him in forever. There's reasons for that. But he would have never put up with any bullshit at all when we were kids and stuff. And now that's all it is. It's
Yeah,
weird
it's-
seeing how many like gay black men there are.
The
online.
erosion of different subcultures and stuff like that. They've
I'll
been
say this though.
social manipulation and stuff like that.
So, guilty pleasure. I like to watch reaction channels, and there's a lot of black creators that are reactors that would react to music or movies or shows or whatever that have started reacting to political stuff, and you'd be
What?
surprised how many black male YouTube reactors that are getting into politics and siding with Trump on shit.
I've seen a few of them. I've seen a few of them for a long time.
As soon
now.
as their eyes are opened, as long as they're willing to watch it, because they're willing to watch it because it's making them money.
yeah,
But as soon as they watch it, it actually opens their eyes, and they're like, "Shit, the Democrat Party just wants to hold us down."
Where would they ever get that idea?
Well, I mean, the plantation culture.
So I forgot. I told Fracture I have something I need to confess and get off my chest.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
You're
Oh,
black.
you read it? It's June. It's
I'm-
June.
Oh
You're
no.
not black.
You're black and gay.
I might be a little gay. Might be a little gay.
Oh,
I'll let
God.
you guys.
You can say you're full gay, it's
decide.
fine.
You guys can decide.
I can't assist.
So I signed up for a
Oh, he
monthly
dropped-
subscription. I signed up for a monthly subscription to
OnlyFans?
Ubisoft.
Oh.
But it's different. It's different. It's not their
Oh.
game thing. It's not the game thing. I am giving them money because the Rocksmith Plus shit's actually kind of cool. And I've been looking for ways to improve my guitar playing. And I've always been a do-it-yourself kind of guy. And no one else is offering anything like this technology. So I am giving Ubisoft like $15 a month or whatever it is for Rocksmith.
I think Metallica has a guitar app now. I see him in ads for this shit all the time.
They have an ass ton of songs on Rocksmith.
I know he's doing like ads for this some kind of guitar, like teaching you to play guitar kind of app. But neither here nor there, but whatever.
I will look at that, but like the software with Rocksmith is so good. Like I'm like it's different from how I've always taught myself because it's very much like a slow build to learn the song instead of just trying to figure out a lick and then do the next lick and put them together. Like,
So what you're saying is you're going to be the next Stevie Ray Vaughan?
I wish, but I doubt it. I'm well late for that.
That guy, the stories of people selling their soul to the devil, if anyone was going to tell me that was true, I would believe it was Stevie Ray Vaughan. Because that dude was fucking talented.
Yeah, he's really good. I go through spurts where like I just have Stevie Ray Vaughan playing on YouTube for like 3 days.
Yeah, and it's just his music wasn't scripted. He just there's a basic, story to the song, but he would just be all over the place to get there.
Yeah, it makes me want to buy a Fender, and I'm not going to do that. So because that is definitely a very distinct sound. So we've got some things to talk about. We've got, where's my list? That's not my list. Where'd my list go? Here it is.
Oh, you brought up your gay porn?
Close. It was
Why is the camera still
Discord
on?
tool.
The camera was on the whole time, huh?
So you know what? We're just going to keep going down this racist pipeline.
Do it.
So that's kind of just the theme. Late last week, early this week, there was a headline going around the Twitters. And, I hate it when people just share the screenshot of a headline and they don't link to anything.
Yeah,
That bugs the hell out of me because
agreed.
90% of the time, the headline's from a satire site. However, I had Fractured look into this one as well. Could not see anything that really made it obviously fractured. Made it obviously satire.
Well, and I even sent it to my brother too, and he took a look at it, and he's like, "It seems legit."
Yeah,
It just seems like a goofy website, but it's just like it is just another kind of female blogger website.
goofy,
So,
goofy,
It's
like
a
leftist
blogger
female
site. Yeah,
website. Yes,
exactly.
exactly.
That's all we could kind of discern from it. And it's their messaging. This is exactly what they promote.
So this is apparently
This is old.
Actually, yeah, it is old. This is from 2015.
But it resurfaced like,
But it's
like so
but
many
so
things.
like usually, so a lot of this stuff, a lot of these headlines are old. Whenever I look at them, they're all at least 2 or 3 years old. This was the rhetoric of 2015, going into about halfway through 2015. So yes, diversity is about getting rid of white people, and that's a good thing. And you know what's funny? What happened today? James O'Keefe put out a thing where Disney is out trying to get rid of white people.
Yeah.
I hope they love their diversity. By all means, take it. I'm sure it'll do great for their company, like so many places.
Do you understand the strength that we have by being diverse?
Oh yeah,
the
diversity
United
is a
States
strength
military is
after all.
much more effective now.
Oh,
Diverse
yeah,
with many more
entirely.
trans people.
And the perfect people to be flying drone strikes over countries for sure.
They'd most likely be flying the drone strikes over our own country, trying to pick out MAGA.
Don't give away their
That's
plans
what-
just yet. We
that's
can't
why
let them
Joe
know
says
we're
they have-
onto them.
That's why Joe says they have F-16s.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, that's their F-16.
So it's really not
You know-
drones.
aircraft anymore.
All right. I had a
Using
comment.
F-35s.
I had a
Yes.
comment in response to that Joe comment, but I'll leave it because that's more of a political thing.
Oh no! Hey,
It's fine.
this show goes all over the place. We talk about
Alright.
whatever the hell I want.
So I was gonna say, when you have a country that has more guns than any other country in the world combined,
Yeah.
if Joe, no matter how many F-16s you have, if you had 150 million people who potentially armed, no army in the world could withstand that.
Well, that was the big
Also-
reason why Japan was so fearful of actually invading the mainland.
Also,
Yeah, 'cause- go ahead.
point out that what Joe's talking about is if there is some sort of uprising or some sort of revolt of some sort with
That they
people
would
with-
use those against us.
they would use strike craft and launch missiles at American citizens. I saw that. That was called the movie Civil War. And the bad guy was Ron Swanson, the president. Nick Offerman.
The problem is, I've spent time in the military. I know I'm retiring for 20 years this month. That those bombs only last so well against so many people. If you have millions of people, and I overestimate saying 150 million because that's basically half the population. In reality, it's probably a quarter of the population that would actually be armed and ready to fight.
Well, yeah,
Right.
and then like
So-
40% of those have enough
so-
guns to give to everyone else.
Yeah, 75 million people against an army, a standing army. So the United States military, with the Guard, National Guard, and reserves, is about 3 million, give or take. 75 million against 3 million. It doesn't matter how many jets you're dropping on us. You're still, we'd lose a lot of people, but if they were determined enough, you would. Yeah, they couldn't stop us.
Well, it basically turned into like its own little Vietnam. Bunch of guerrilla warfare and shit going on.
It's also very
Maybe
bad
not.
optics.
Oh yeah. Super
Oh,
bad.
well, they control the media. It doesn't matter the optics.
That's
why.
true. That's true.
They control the media. They can tell you
God.
anything that's going on. And then that with AI technology becoming what it is, they can really tell other people.
I mean,
what
look at the
anything
AI
is.
we have with Joe Biden wandering off and mumbling. That's all fake AI.
Oh, I know. That's really impressive stuff.
Apparently, that was AI. Shit.
That was AI. AGP said so.
So let's see what this woman actually has to say. It's not too long of an article. But she goes on to say, one of the more common memes that I've seen white supremacists spread around recently has been, you see, that 2000, what was it? It was like 2014. Yeah, it was well before like Trump ever said I'm running.
Right.
I was told about my white privilege by my busted ass white friend who had had no nickels to rub together, had no car, nothing. And he's telling me about my white privilege. So this is all lining up. That was about the same time when the guy with the T-shirt with the nude chicks, the anime chicks on his T-shirt, the freak out then.
Oh, the Hawaiian shirt dude for the
landing, the
the
fucking
landing on the meteorite thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who the shirt was made by a woman too. She specialized in making the Hawaiian tiki shirts and shit. And she made that specifically for him for that moment because it'd be great advertising. And she wanted to make it for him.
that
Such a
was
fucko situation.
like, and this is just pure SJW. What does their shirt say? Something anarchist communism, dude.
Silent anarchist.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Or is it
silent, too.
violent
Oh,
anarchist?
violent. I mean, it doesn't that kind of.
But the anarchism and communism doesn't, like, there's a fine line between the two, but they are polar opposites.
Yeah, communism has total governmental control.
Yeah, but also in anarchy, once you have one rule, then you become a communist. Then it's communism.
The idea of anarchy would be no one rules.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying there's a fine line, because it doesn't take much to flip it around. So the concept here is the diversity is only promoted in white nations, and that the end goal is to eliminate white people altogether by flooding all white countries with non-white people until there are no white people left. Well, guess what, white supremacists? That's exactly right. Diversity is about getting rid of white people, and that's a good thing. Well, you know what? In that case, we're also getting rid of everyone else. We're all going to be a bunch of mixed breeds, right? Which, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I am someone who dates outside of my race.
Well, you said it earlier, though. They have also a feeling of not feeling belonging to either which side.
Yeah, I was
Kind of its own issues mentally.
I was married to a Mexican woman.
Cool beans.
First off, I'm a white person myself, so allow me to get that out of the way. I'm extremely glad that the white race is dying, and you should be too. What? White people do not have a right to exist, period. What about everyone else?
Why don't white people have a right to exist?
Do you see? This is what I'm saying. Like, how can this not be satire?
My fellow white people, you all must die.
Hey, Zerfy, if you're tuned in for the Acolyte stuff, we already kind of moved past that, and we're moving on to like racism and freedom of speech stuff. But yeah, white people do not have the right to exist. How do you write that and not like trying to be funny?
Let's also take into account on a world population, white people are not the majority.
We're technically a minority, yes. So
How many?
But we've done all the colonialism and stuff like that, so we're the more evil ones. So we by default somehow are.
Well, yeah, of course we're evil.
And stuff.
That's like that. Whenever I hear the colonialism thing, I think of that video of that woman from last week. Towards the end, where he's all like, "You know what? We white people, we're really tolerant, but when we're fed up with shit, we'll go and colonize your ass."
Yeah, you ain't wrong. When white people chimp out, it won't be good.
White people attack.
Well,
So- Any white person with even the faintest knowledge of history should curse themselves every single day for being white. Throughout all of recorded history, whites have engaged in oppression, genocide, colonialism, imperialism, and just plain evil on a massive scale. White people have denied every other race the right to exist and have at some point in history oppressed every single race on the planet.
if we were doing that, we would have been going full like
This we are a powerful
volunteer-
minority.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. So we're a minority now. Has that always been the case throughout history? I don't.
In the world population, I would suspect.
Yeah,
No.
in world population.
Yeah.
Well, them Irish do breed real quickly. So.
Yeah, but world population, we make up a very small percentage of the entire world.
So
The thing is, all these people writing these articles are very Western civilization centric and have some sort of guilt for whatever it is.
No, well,
that
this is
we did something. Not
So
well, not
what-
we, just hundreds of years ago. People who had less melanin did something.
So Timon here is saying in Brazil, racism is a crime. The person who wrote this would be arrested. Now, it doesn't matter that she's white herself. Like kind of like how the N-word works in America.
I'll call her that and see how she changes her tune.
I think that's really shitty that that's illegal in Brazil. Not that I condone racism of any sort, but that is thought police, and that can be easily used to weaponize.
It's only used for good.
Yeah, only the bestest of goods.
So no, it doesn't matter that she was white already. Oh, well, I mean, at least they're like that. Okay. Why then should whites not be allowed to live in peace when whites have historically been the world's #1 source of conflict and oppression?
What?
Where is she even getting this?
Because there's never been any evidence that Asian people fought among themselves, that the African tribes fought among themselves, that Native Americans fought among themselves. until white people came around, every other darker skinned or very pale skin compared to white people, because white people have sort of a tannish like tan.
White people invented war.
That's true.
Yeah,
Right after white people invented slavery.
Yep.
Yep.
The black people in Africa did not know about war until
The white man came.
white man came there. I mean, look at that movie, The Woman King. What a peaceful person that was.
I know. I know. They did such a good job. I learned so much from that movie. They didn't. I don't think they changed anything. I think that's exactly how history was. Whiteness is racism. What the fuck is whiteness?
That's you.
Because whiteness is me. I don't just existing. Just me being me. Just having a stream on YouTube.
Us voicing our own opinion.
You're taking up bandwidth from.
Oh,
from
you know what?
minorities.
That's right. So yesterday in Fractured's chat, Melee K was letting us all know that she was called a white supremacist Yahtzee on Twitter the other day.
Yeah, she was.
Wait a minute.
And so I welcomed her to the club.
Yep.
And
I gave her her card.
I gave her a big salute.
So she said, "What did she do?"
Salute.
She asked, "What did she do to get her into the club?" And I said, "Oh, you had an opinion that someone else didn't like. That's whiteness, right?"
Whoops, there it is.
I mean, that's why Donald Trump is a white supremacist.
There's a lot of weird stuff. I've got so much stuff that I need to like put together into like this. I've been following the Biden HQ account, and the stuff that they tweet out is fucking insane. And I need to like put it all together and make like this epic
I know.
video.
It's insane that we have not seen the reality of what Joe Biden is doing for this nation. How great it is.
I know.
God bless Harry Sisson.
Fake news.
Oh,
That's
that
Joe
guy.
Biden. That's what Joe Biden needs to start saying. Fake news.
Here's the fake news. Literally, that's what they're saying now. They are literally saying fake news. They're calling it cheap fakes.
Okay, I can't read the rest of this. This is retarded. This is a woman who
Well, you just are afraid to admit the truth. You know all this is true.
absolutely
That's your problem.
fucking miserable.
Is this her?
This is
I
her.
think so, yeah.
So yeah, this is her. Fractured and I, we both looked her up. She
Yep.
writes for. She's an editor for ProPublica,
It looks about right.
which is another leftist rag. She doesn't have the pink hair anymore.
Oh, she changed her
Obviously
natural hair
much
color?
Older. It's been almost 10 years. But
Leftists age wonderfully.
and you know what? I looked at her Twitter. Her Twitter is not insufferable. That's why I wasn't sure.
That was what. But I sent you that thing where apparently she moved to Japan, which scares me.
That's odd. You go to Japan, the very non-racist.
Well, she's got to start spreading the message
Japan.
there, but now towards the Japanese, probably. That's not what
Japanese
these
are
people do.
renowned for not being racist.
Why do people go home? I love that video.
And so Timon here is a reminder to you Americans, your First Amendment only exists in the U.S. Freedom of speech exists everywhere, but comes with a big ass but. You should have just went with a double T just to play with that.
Yeah. Well, and I've said it before. It's always the funniest thing when we go to liberate other countries and stuff like that. It's never our constitution we try and help introduce to these other countries. We just bring the gay democracy. So it's like
we bring something which we are not.
Yeah. Which is really well, actually, no, because we are corrupted.
Oh, yeah. The
always
idea of
replace it with our corruption. That's all.
The constitutional republic is gone. It's been replaced by this amorphous technocracy,
well, now
oligarchy system,
Isn't saying
which uses the word democracy.
Racist too?
What's that?
Isn't saying constitutional republic now racist as well?
So
Yes, I believe it is.
there
It's a dog
I don't know
whistle?
if I can find it, but I have a clip of it's either CNN
It's just a whistle.
or MSNBC going off about how we're not a constitutional republic and we're a democracy.
What is racist? What isn't racist nowadays? Honestly,
That would be the better question. Yes.
There's some
I
funny
would love
thing.
to
I
know.
remember, like, back when Obama was still president. This is when I was. Where was I? God, it was like 2010, 2012. I was saying, you know what? And that's when racism seemed to really start kicking in back then. I said, when everything is racist, nothing is racist at all. It loses its meaning. By calling everything racist, they've actually cheapened what racism truly is. Racism is not good. It's abhorrent. But since everything is racist, it has no power anymore. You call someone racist, like, okay, that's like saying the sky's blue these days.
Well, and even racist was basically like its own quote unquote dog whistle to signal for anti-communist, which is exactly what it's doing. It's signaling anti-communist. A lot of us are that, and they call us racist. So there you go. That's part of the original intention for that word.
so Timon put in the chat. He said, "You are so lucky that your country started the way it did." He's not wrong.
He's not wrong. at all.
Our founders knew exactly what could come about, and
Oh yeah, they were
created
uniquely smart men.
They created the system to be as difficult as possible for radicals to take over.
Mhm.
It took them 200 something years, but they're getting there. But you know, it took them a while. You've seen countries fall a lot easier for a lot less.
Yeah. And the 200 years is about like that's a common cycle from what I understand with a
Mhm.
powerful
But we're pushing
Nation.
300 years.
we are.
So
We're overdue.
they
Yeah.
knew what they were doing. The founders knew what they were doing with the way they set it up, but they I don't think they realized how close the radicals would get to taking over, even with that.
I don't think
think
I think something that the founding fathers couldn't predict is how easy life was going to get.
Mhm.
I mean, think about it. We're all in 4 states all across this freaking country having a
Yep.
conversation
Yep.
via a video. You know,
A bunch
and
of tubes. It's a series of tubes.
we're streaming out to whoever the hell wants to tune in, right? Like anyone who's got a
Mhm.
link to come to this thing, anyone who's got access to
Any country, yeah.
to anywhere in the world. Like, look, we got someone from fucking Brazil watching us.
That's right.
I don't think George Washington and Benjamin Franklin
Knew what Brazil was.
kind of had any idea that was going to happen. So, and because of technology, like they knew about technology and the advancing and all of that, but they didn't know that life was going to get easy. We weren't
The
gonna
other
have
thing,
to- we weren't going to have to shoot our fucking food.
the other thing is they didn't realize the federal government was going to become what it is now.
Well, now we
They
can
tried warning us.
But
We
that
can look
honestly,
at it-
that goes back to 1865.
President Lincoln
Yep.
and changed a lot with how the states and the federal government worked thanks to that Civil War. And
Unfortunately, he
Like it might have
did
been
some great
planned.
things, but he led away for some bad stuff that happened. And then that's when, remember, not Mein Kampf, Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx, all during that time. And then you get to the early 1900s, and that's when progressivism gets to our country. And we had Woodrow Wilson, who was probably our first progressive president. And look at all the things he did.
All
League of
downhill
Nations
from
was
there.
starting the New World
he
Order.
the one who wasn't really president? And it was
Well, that's in the last year.
okay.
Oh, there's some weird analogies there.
Oh my God! Like history repeating itself.
Oh, do you know what Woodrow Wilson's
like
favorite
poetry,
movie?
right.
Also, Democrat Woodrow Wilson's favorite movie was?
Oh God.
Is it the 1992 sci-fi movie?
No, it's Birth of a Nation.
Birth of a Nation. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, you should not, unless you really love the Klan.
I don't know. What was that movie that we were talking about with Amanda Stenberg?
The Hate You Give.
The Hate You Give. I might watch that. I might check that out. So we see this, and now we're going to take another look at this from also a free speech type of side of things. And I do want to say, Timon, I am I am aware that this is the only country that has absolute free
Yeah.
speech, which is only to a certain degree. Thank you to the tech companies, but in general, we do
Private
have
corporations, they
absolute
can
free
do what they
speech.
want.
I just never know where that line is in other countries. So that's
Yeah.
why I ask questions. The line is all different places for every other country. Although it does seem like that line keeps moving in more everywhere.
Inch by inch, day by
Yeah.
day.
So, oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna look at something. I've got this tweet, and I just saw that he hid replies, and okay. I'm not gonna read those because there's reasons those are hidden. So so this is a tweet from Hotep Jesus. You guys remember the girl last week that we talked about that was ranting on nerds?
Oh, the retarded
yeah,
car?
that nerds are the cause of all evil.
Yes,
Or-
and by nerds she meant like Jeff Bezos and
Yeah.
Mark Zuckerberg and stuff like that.
Yeah, those nerds.
And
Rich progressives.
the thing that she did to get famous was pretty much use the N word with the soft R when
Soft
describing her friends' significant others, right? So there's been a big conversation about how that word is being used. And I don't necessarily disagree with it, but I would like to theorize with you guys.
If we could start getting offended over cracker, over redneck, hillbilly, and stuff like that, then I could say we could be on equal ground. Till then, nah.
So now, Hotep. This is a tweet from Hotep Jesus. I've watched his stuff, not a lot of his stuff, but I've seen him on Tim Pool before, and he's all right. He's definitely about the game, the social media game, shall I say? So he goes on to tweet and he uses a qualifier. Woke right wants free speech to say the N word with the soft R, not to say something profound. Soft R, capitalized, that shows you their level of intellect. Now, I don't want free speech just to use that word. I want free speech to be able to use that word and not lose my job. Not that I would use it, but I should be, if I did something stupid and had a moment of weakness like a human being, I should be allowed to make a mistake.
Real
and
human
not
beings would never say that word.
run the risk of losing everything I have.
Or the college
That's a
professor.
word.
There was a college professor who quoted the word in a historical manner and got fired from his college.
How
Papa
do
John
you
got
Huckleberry
ousted from his company for using it as an example of words you're not supposed to be saying. They goaded him
that's
into
right.
saying it, and then they got him out of the company. I think
I think
the coof is what he was also alluding to of a reckoning was coming.
The previous owner of the Phoenix Suns was ousted for using the soft R in a quote.
Right.
What if you sing a rap song that has it in it?
You're not supposed to anymore. That was cool back in 2000.
Cool in the 90s.
You can't do it now.
Oh,
Hell,
but
the
they
gangster rap
but they
back in the
can.
day.
Yeah, they can. Yeah. As a matter of fact, like there was a period of time in the early 2000s where everyone was using that word. It almost became dude.
Well, imagine that if you just use it as a word and not worry about it, it just loses all of its power. I mean, what's it? I'm rubber, you're glue. Whatever you say bounces off me and sticks to you. I mean, hey, we don't get offended over being called cracker, redneck, hillbilly, and stuff like that. Those are all derogatory terms for white people.
Because we've always
we're
been
not
in
getting-
power. Don't you remember that article said we've
Oh,
always been
right,
oppressed?
the whole power
That's-
dynamic bullshit.
We have so much
right.
power that the words don't hurt us. But people have been oppressed. They're hurt by words. And don't forget, words are violence. Also, it's just so interesting.
So proving
that
their
there
point that we are
exists-
better by not getting offended by words.
There exists in our society words that can only be said by certain people. Just think about just that weird concept.
Now, I do think there are some people that are so short-minded to not be able to understand the argument of being able to have free speech that they do just want to use that word. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can find it. I can't play it. Fucking YouTube. I've got a clip of two women. Excuse me, they are not women. They are young girls, maybe barely 18, maybe 19. They're doing a TikTok. And the one comes in and she's like, "Are you guys recording the screen? You got your screen recorder going?" And then she just belts out the hard R.
That's edgy. They're edgy.
Right. But like this isn't an old video. This is fairly recent. This was definitely before after the iPhone 10 by camera standards, right? Which I guess iPhone 10 was forever ago. I don't even know.
It feels that way though, right?
Yeah, it's at least 5 or 6 years.
But there are people that are just retarded like that, right? There's those people that they don't understand what freedom of speech actually means. So he used a term though called the woke right. What does that mean to you guys?
I have no idea.
You know, I do like that you were talking about the N-word and whatnot, and you broke out the R word, which I find hilarious because that's making a comeback.
Speaking of comebacks, speaking of making a comeback, I have another. There's another word. The retard's making a comeback, and this one's making a comeback. I don't. This guy just showed up on my feed. I have no idea who this Josh Wolf guy is, but he's just all of a sudden showing up on my feed.
What, on Twitter?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I found out something when.
So this is also making a comeback.
Gay never meant gay when you called someone gay. Gay didn't. You never called someone who was gay. No. Because it doesn't mean gay. It just means gay. So, you know, like
Great job explaining that.
Dude, gay doesn't mean when I call it, if I would be like, dude, that's gay. That didn't have anything to do with gay. It just meant it was gay.
I love that.
You know, it's interesting.
It's not gay.
about
It's
that?
gay.
That's pretty gay.
When like you first started like in school, like, oh, dude, that's so gay. I had no idea what homosexuality was.
No, I didn't
Yeah.
either.
No.
Yeah.
When someone said, oh, dude, that's so gay, that's just like, that's stupid. That's dumb.
Well,
That's dumb.
But like when we like read old books, like when the word "gay" came up, even the teacher explained that was the term that used to mean happy.
Yeah, gay old time.
And then
On the
they
Flintstones.
they appropriated it to they took it over.
Well, that's what the left does.
Hey, Cash. I remember being in 5th or 6th grade calling people bundle of sticks and not having a clue, right? Like, I just thought I meant bitch.
Oh, we use that all the time. It had nothing to do with gay people. It was just
On the word retarded, it is an actual word.
Yep.
Like it is a verb. To retard means to slow down.
Yeah.
That's where the term mentally retarded came down. Mentally slow. Now it's just mentally deficient or mentally handicapped. But I was trying to
runways all the time.
Yep. That's retard, not retard. That's an ED. But I was actually trying to type it in our DM, and I misspelled it, and it wouldn't give me the correct spelling of the word retard on my phone.
And Google?
No, just on Twitter. I was just typing.
Oh.
You know how when you type something, it gives you, if you like,
Oh,
I have
yeah,
an
yeah.
iPhone. I'm
Automatically
sorry, I have an
have
iPhone. Yeah.
You know what? That happened to me with another word a couple days ago. And it wasn't a controversial word or anything. I don't remember what it was, but it was giving me the squiggly, and I'm like, "You're full of shit." And they didn't have any recommendations or anything, and so I went and put it in the Google machine. I was like, "Yeah, I'm good. What the hell's wrong with you, Twitter?" Actually, I don't know if that's a Twitter spell check or if it's a Chrome spell check.
I was using my phone, so
Oh, okay. Then
I think it's an iPhone thing.
iPhone, yeah, it might be an iPhone.
Yeah.
So the woke right.
I can't find out what the hell the woke right
There
is.
are So the left and the right are two sides of the same coin, right? Do we all agree on that?
For the political factions, basically, yes.
Oh, you're talking Republican, Democrat?
I
As
would
opposed to
argue
left and right.
So I would argue people that claim the far right are fascist and the left is communist. I would say the far right fascists, they're not far right, they're left because they were. If you look at the name of the Nazi party, it was National Socialist.
Yeah.
Translated into English, it was National Socialist.
Yes.
So they are two sides of the same coin, but they are all left, in my opinion.
Well, the real far right, which would be the ultra conservative, I think has been confused with Nazism because they think Nazis are far right, but Alf is right. It's like Nazism is far left. The reason they did that is because they're focusing on the racist element, and for some reason, despite the fact that it was the Republicans that helped push through the Civil Rights Act of 1964, despite the fact it was a Republican president that signed into the Emancipation Proclamation, despite the fact that the Klan was started by Democrats, everyone now thinks the Republicans are all racist.
Right. And so like I agree with you, Alf, as far as what the vast majority of people call the far right, or the vast majority of things that people call the far right is not far right. There is far right stuff out there. It's just not nearly as much as they want you to think it is, and they being the media and the far left.
and if you look at the literal definition of far right versus far left tends to have to do with communism, authoritarianism. Far right, in that respect, would be anarchy.
And you almost never talk about, you never hear about far left, right? Like the MSNBC, CNN, even Fox News isn't talking about the far left, except for maybe a select few people on Fox News, right?
It's because they've normalized
Gutfeld
them.
will.
Gutfeld, and I was thinking the Jesse guy.
It's because the media has normalized the left.
Yep. Yeah, they have shifted the Overton window, I believe is what they call it. But so what I was trying to go at is like, so we've got SJWs, right? And there's usually how the world works and stuff is there is a polar opposite of that. And so you got the SJWs would be the woke right or the woke left, and then something else would be the woke right. And that's usually you see it. The people who call things woke just because there's a black person, or there's people out there that are calling the new Zelda game woke. No one?
Why? I don't know why.
Because it's Zelda instead of Link. You're playing as Zelda and not Link.
But it ain't any of us because regular gamers who aren't activists aren't getting up in arms about it, and that's pissing them off.
I thought the game looked gay. The art is
homosexual.
Yes, homosexual. No, the art is a little childish for me. You look like you remember those like peg people back when you were a kid with like the big round heads and their body
little
was
people
peg. Who?
Yeah, the style is based off of their Link's Awakening remake.
Weebles?
Weebles are little people.
Little people. The Weebles are just the fur balls. But
no, the Weebles were like egg shaped. They wiggle wobble, but they don't fall down.
No, not that. It was like the peg people. Like you put them in, and they just fit in the perfect circle in the little truck thing.
Yeah, and they have the big head. Those are the little people.
Yeah, so that's what I think the new Zelda game looks like. The little people.
Is this Zelda Tears of the Kingdom?
No, I forgot what it's called now. But I mean, the funny thing is though, is the timing is just awfully funny considering already the saturation of certain things within video games. Just saying. But like it is, when you actually turn your brain on and remember, old Zelda games, especially like Ocarina.
Oh, here it is.
Had Zelda that LARPed as Sheik to help guide Link around in his adult form. It's like it all makes sense. That eventually she would have her own game. And in fact, I was always curious about that in between time for her being trained up as I forgot what the hell the people were called. There's a specific like titling for them, but anyway.
Well, either way, they were mad that more of us on this side of the aisle
we're more accepting of it than
we're accepting of it, and they're like
condemning it. Yeah,
why aren't y'all mad because it's a female lead? And it's like, based on what we saw, it was not, corrupted by y'all's rhetoric.
Well,
It's just a game.
You're fake right people.
Wait, what?
You are fake
What?
right. You're fake right. Don't you understand that if you have a female lead in a movie, even if it's a great movie, you are supposed to hate it?
Oh, I thought you called me fake white.
You wish. This is why you date Mexican women.
It's almost
You're
like these
self-hating,
people.
yeah.
It's almost like these people don't understand nuance.
I don't like the Acolyte, not because of the actress being black. I don't like it because I don't think it's a good story.
It's retarded.
I don't like it because it's not well acted. I don't like
shitty.
it because it breaks canon.
She's not a great actor, which is unfortunate. I don't think
Neither
good
was
acting
Reva.
can- I don't think good acting
No.
can even save that. I watched 2 episodes of that shit and I shut that. I couldn't even watch 2 episodes.
You are a better man than I.
I just kept falling asleep during the second one. It was
You
not
clearly do not have fortitude.
no. It didn't
It's
matter
almost
what
like they
time of
hired
day I
these
turned
bad
on.
actresses
I would
on
be
purpose,
working,
though.
watching episode 2 of the Kenobi and fall asleep.
Like they hire these bad actresses on purpose just so they know we'll complain about it, and then they can point at us and call us racist.
Well, not according to, according to this, they're hiring whatever minority checks a box, according to that O'Keefe. And apparently this is the best they found.
I wanted to go over this video about what the woke right is.
What the hell is that?
Now, this is something Hotep Jesus put together. It's something he's had for a little while. And I just wanted to get your guys' thought. I haven't watched it all either myself, but he is going to identify what the woke right is.
So the timeline has engaged in this conversation around the woke right. So I just put together this presentation that I'd like to go through really quickly to discuss how to identify the woke right.
Okay, spit it out.
And in being able to identify, you come to learn what the woke right is. Now, bit of context, the term woke did originate with the quote unquote black community.
We have established this very well on this show. We've had several episodes on what woke is. And on the first time we did that, we had Abomination AJ who gave us the exact definition, which is what he's about to give us.
African Americans, whatever you may call them, Africans in America, whatever you deem to call them. And woke was, synonymous with, I guess, what the red whites would call the red pill, or just being extremely conscious and aware, right? So woke would be, if you're asleep, you're obviously unconscious. Woke would mean conscious, awake, and aware, okay? And, you were, very skeptical of government, right? You wouldn't trust everything that the government brought about, especially something like the vaccines, which we'll touch on in a moment here. So the first way to identify the woke right, which is a mirror image of the left, it's just that their gripes are different. That's the only difference. Their gripes are different. What they are upset about are different. But it's the same thing. It's the same rules for radicals, Saul Alinsky, just on the right. So the first things first, you will notice that they have a victim mindset. Many of these voices, they come on a timeline and they just complain, right? So usually the left sets the agenda. So the left does some victim mindset. You'll find the woke right. Number 2, complain. They got a victim mindset. Woe was me. Everything's against me, right? So you'll notice that anytime you have a victim mindset,
So right-leaning people who have the same victim mindset as the left just does blanket on a blanket level.
I remember hearing once upon a time ago how the quote unquote racists on the left merged into the right and left, and now that we've got them, and that's what we've been dealing with. So I mean, I guess it's some truth. They've just infiltrated very well on the right. Who knows?
I can't say I've seen much victim mindset. I'm not saying it's not out there, but I can't.
Well, maybe QAnon type people may fit into the victim mindset, being victimized by the government.
Okay. QAnon. I had someone
Oh,
bring
just-
this up to
just
me a
call
few
it
years
Q.
ago. I have never fucking met anyone in Q or heard of Q up until a few years ago. And do you know anyone who's even? I've talked to people on the right who have no idea what Q is.
My Twitter feed is infiltrated with it.
I mean, people
Okay.
in some of the extreme right channels make fun of the QAnon. So
And I
Exactly.
I know some people. There's a lot. There's people that we all follow that follow these accounts. That's how I know.
I
these
just
accounts.
find it funny when they try to say QAnon is equivalent to what we claim as what's it called? The ones we were talking about that burn down
Antifa?
cities. Antifa.
the QAnon just seems to me like the new word for basically the conspiracy
But
theorists.
I don't.
Yeah.
I know a lot
Yeah.
of conservative people who don't know who the shit QAnon is. Q,
Right.
whatever.
Q
It's
is
like-
such an outlier.
My mom's a Q-tard.
But it's I just don't get
Oh,
it.
look
And
who
I-
it is.
why is he not in here?
I don't know what he's doing.
But
Damn little furball.
I just find it funny is the whole Q conversation I think is driven up by people on the other side of the spectrum who are trying to say that QAnon is equivalent to what we claim against them. And it's not.
From now on, whenever I see a Q tweet, I'm just gonna send it to you, Alf, and I'll let you.
But that's the thing, like people that are real conservatives make fun of that crap.
Yeah.
They,
No,
it's not.
that was my first thought when I saw it.
It's like seeing Patriot Front show up in
Yeah.
cities, and I'm like, those are clearly FBI agents
Well, so okay, so like
or recruitees.
the
Mhm.
J6 shaman, right?
Yeah.
So he is a QAnon dude.
Mm-hmm.
And he's actually I don't know if he still is, but there was a point in time where he was running for a local house seat in my state. And like I've listened to him, and like I don't know if he saw the interview he did with Chrissy Mayer, like I don't know, maybe 6-9 months ago now. He had just gotten out of jail, dude's a little hip, like he's a hippie, right? But he's also kind of based as fuck. Like,
Well, I'll say this for a movement that the left says is growing at drastic numbers and that we need to be worried about. I don't hear anyone talking about it.
Where's the organization?
Exactly.
oh, J8, that's right. Brazil had their own, and Brazil needed one as well. Brazil probably needed something
But-
to happen.
What I'm saying is the left tells us, like I get in conversations with people, especially a few years ago when I was on Facebook still, in my original account, talking to people. I'm like talking to them about left-right stuff, and then they bring up QAnon, and I'm like, who the hell is that? And then they tell me about it. I'm like, okay, I'm in conservative circles. I don't hear anyone talking about QAnon. You would think they'd be recruiting. If the left is telling us that there's such a growing movement, that they would be recruiting more, but I don't hear shit about them.
So I know more about it than I should. We could talk backstage afterwards. and I
Yeah,
can,
it's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. No need to apologize. It's YouTube hates QAnon, like saying that.
Yeah.
Two, for privacy reasons is why I won't say anything now.
Okay.
That's the only reason why, just because don't want to blow people up online. So let's see what else. Now I did listen to part 2 here, and I think this is curious.
Find the woke right. Number 2, inequality. And even, they even practice DEI, right? So amongst the right, Trump is about to pick his VP, and of his VP picks, he's basically got people of color, I guess is the term we're using now, and women, right? So
What do you think of that?
All right, so he's coming in immediately with the mindset that Trump has to pick someone with a different color. Why?
Well, no.
Why are
No,
we
he's
not?
saying that he is.
No, he's saying that he is
But
Yeah.
because
why?
that's the list
Okay.
of people that we've got.
Well, then my opinion is pick the person who's best for the job, not the person who you think has the best melanin content. You know.
Oh Jesus Christ! Should we let him in?
Hello.
Oh,
Too late. I already let him in.
it's the boobs talking to
We
us.
didn't get
Yes.
to vote on this.
Oh, I'm not about democracy, so sorry.
Yeah, that's right. These intrude on your life. You don't get a choice. They're just in your face.
Dude, whoever was it? Devil that made that meme with Schumer and Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was terrible.
My favorite thing about the Q thing
Oh god.
is anyone that like people who don't like Q. Here's the thing, like they think it's the whole conspiratorial. Everyone's a Q. Trump's Q. You know what I mean? Like those kind of people. They all go because I've asked them because I went through the same thing that Alf went through. I was just like, what the hell is this Q stuff? It's like, well, you like Trump, don't you? And I'm like, yeah. So then you know what Q is, dude? And I'm like, I do. Like, nope.
Yeah.
News
Question
to-
mark.
I do no, news to me. I don't know what the hell that is. And like, it's that whole conspiracy thing where like celebrities are like pedophiles and they
No.
kidnap kids.
That has nothing to.
I know, and I'm like, what? Stop like advertising Q for me. Like, what do you don't believe this?
Why are you selling me on this?
It sounds like
yeah.
it sounds like you're trying to recruit me into Q.
I know, they're all feds. All my friends are feds.
Speaking of, no.
Yeah, here's, look at the real
Fed-
Q card.
oh,
This
the-
Polo.
Oh my
Who the fuck is this guy? He's
the-
all
the-
well groomed.
All right, the gay feds here.
Guys, don't stop. You better watch it with
He's-
the Q stuff.
Oh
Okay?
shit!
He's
No,
in a
the two
skiff.
feds are here.
He's in a skiff. What the hell?
Oh goodness.
Yeah, why does your room look different? What's going on here? Oh, because the
Because I
angle
moved
changed.
everything.
Moved
I
the
moved
desk.
everything around. Yeah, I'm no longer in the closet.
Oh
I'm
god.
just straight
Oh
out in
my
public.
God.
Congratulations. Happy June.
Your
I
room
want to
is-
pivot the bed 90 degrees.
it looks different because of all the gay.
Yeah, that's what's new.
Need more rainbows.
Hold on.
Oh God.
Oh, get that pinky up.
There it,
Pinky.
But no, I think this, what I've heard so far from Hotep Jesus, he's misunderstanding the right, or I hate that word, left, right. I'd say conservatives or libertarians. He's misunderstanding their angle with this. To be honest, that's my opinion. He's not getting it.
You almost kind of wish that there was. Sounds weird. Wishing there was a woke right in the way that the woke left works, because they.
You mean you
force
wish
their
they were
idea-
as effective?
Yeah.
In a way, yeah. And I mean, wait a minute. He started talking about Saul Alinsky tactics. It is very clear that conservatives, libertarians are not using Saul Alinsky tactics.
Yeah, they
Because
are
if they
not.
were, we'd be
maybe
hearing
get
it.
somewhere.
They'd be a lot more successful.
Yeah.
So
There'd be J6s all over the place. When
Yeah.
Trump was convicted, when did we burn down cities?
right.
When did that happen?
Yeah.
They just were ushered into the Capitol. That's all.
So the other aspect. So Chuck, I don't know if you heard, but this guy says that like Trump having a VP list full of black people and women is woke.
Wow.
So wouldn't him even considering it woke and not just a list of the best people qualified for the job make him the woke right?
Yeah.
He's a psyop
sure.
fed. I've got it now. That he's trying to just
It's confirmed.
completely just.
It has been confirmed. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even like this anymore. This is gay.
Trump, wait,
Yeah.
Trump didn't even say, I'm going to pick a black woman or a black man. Or,
He hasn't said anything.
there was someone who did say that.
I watched a
When-
TikTok today that said if you said diversity hire, that you were racist and woke.
Wait, who?
Wait.
Some video. There was like terms that are like you might as well just say the N word if you say these words.
Oh, they've done that
Oh,
before, yeah.
well, yeah, like saying, "Hey, this person's a diversity
yeah.
hire."
I know what video you're talking about. I saw that just the other day too. That one makes its rounds every so often.
Fucking bimbo.
Himbo.
Does anyone want to respond to ego?
That's a nice way of putting it.
He's right.
How is he right?
Mm,
Just curiously asking.
yeah.
Who's right?
Left Eye Ego in the chat.
Here's the
he was-
video.
Oh, I missed it.
I
Yeah,
bet Hotep. I bet I know why. I bet Hotep Jesus also likes Jade Cargill.
I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm just curious. How do you mean he's right?
I mean, we kind of stopped after that point, so
Yeah, I
don't
didn't-
know what you
Yeah.
guys
Hey,
said.
Hey, Left Eye, how you doing?
Static's now catching up.
I don't know why I didn't have the chat open. I had something else open.
Okay.
So, if he's talking
Or-
about Trump having the list of black men and I think it's white women. At least,
There's no
at least I
well,
think
he
at least
is-
women
at
being
least
talked
Stefanik-
about.
At least Stephanic's the only woman on the list that I can think of.
Well,
Right,
he
you
only
got-
said
That was
really-
my VP pick.
You got Marco, who's not going to be picked because of Florida and constitutional issues, probably. You got Burgum. You got
Good, I
Tim
don't want-
Scott, who's not going to be picked because I just think he's kind of weak.
I don't want
Um,
any of the people on that list to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't like
Uh,
any of them.
Who's,
Well, hold
who's
on,
the senator?
I need to
Tim
know
Scott,
Left Eye's
Louisiana.
definition of woke, though, because everyone has such a
Although-
different
Well,
definition.
you could go back and catch the first episode that we did about what is woke because
Yeah.
he's on it.
Yeah, he was
Mhm.
on it.
Oh shoot!
E.
Nice.
Oh wait, no, was he on the woke one? Or
Way
I
back
think he
then.
was on the culture war one.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, he was on the culture war one. That was a great show too because he was the only one who didn't think we were in a culture war and had a very interesting look on it at it.
Nice.
Maybe we should have Ego on. Hey, Ego, if you're still there, you want a link? Let me know.
Hold on,
He may still be heard after last night. We were mean to
Why?
him
because there you go.
because Jade Cargill sucks.
So he was behind the curtain for a lot of the conservative movements prior to the 2020 election. I give him benefit of the doubt on how the woke right operate, not conservatives in general. You know what?
Well, hold on. What's the difference between the woke right and Republicans? Because
Oh,
I
God,
like
no.
I like the distinction between conservatives.
Wait a minute,
and
hold on.
Republicans and
Well,
right.
I fucking hate the term.
Wait, is he? Well, hold on.
I don't.
Wait, is he saying Hotep Jesus is right leaning as opposed to correct?
ah, shit.
We're gonna get Ego in here.
Sweet.
Gotta find my DMs. What were you saying, Brad?
He says, not going to lie, Hotep Jesus is right. Does he mean right leaning or correct?
No, I think he meant correct.
I think
But,
you meant
but, get what,
correct.
but then he
Then
says
look-
he was
then it's
behind the
so-
curtain for a lot of the conservative movements prior to the 2020 election. See, follow his line of chat. Hotep
All right, I got-
Jesus
Well, he's
is right.
thinking that
He said-
well, I guess we'll wait until he gets in here if he's going to
Yeah.
come in, and then we'll get his explanation that way, because it'll be a lot better.
Oh wait,
Might
so
woke right.
Daily Wire, Hodge Twins, Brandon Tate. So I haven't watched Brandon Tate
Oh.
in forever.
Mhm.
But Steven Crowder, and I'm guessing he means the woke right.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
Well,
consider
yeah.
them more
I, mean, I did always think
Rifkin.
Crowder
that's
was
how
kinda
the term is used, though. When they say like the woke right, they're saying, "Hey, these people that have been calling out the left for being like Maoist and too like authoritarian are now starting to be authoritarian themselves as they overcorrect what they've been kind of preaching since 2016." That's how
call it
I feel like
purity
people have been
spiraling.
using it.
Well, I'll tell you this: if you're trying to conflate the Daily Wire with conservative values, please stop.
Yeah, fuck the Daily Wire.
They're a corporation. That's
Oh,
all they
God, I know.
fucking care about. They're elitist. They're
Yeah.
shit. They are not
They
conservatives.
certainly seem to be compromised in some way, don't they?
Well, here's the
Exactly.
thing. I'd rather vote
Certain
for
way,
a
yes.
90s Democrat than a today's Republican. And that's what the Daily Wire is. They're 90s Democrats. And same can kind of be said about Trump, but not really at this point. But yeah, they're just kind of old school, like elitist.
They're
Hollywood.
they're
I mean,
they're,
there was
el- they're elitists they're making money off of people that feed off of the conservative vibe. That's all they are.
I think
and
that's fine until you start getting hypocritical, like with like you get into things that you don't know what you're talking about, like culture. If they didn't bash culture the way they did and
but they're-
treated their staff the way they did, it'd be a totally different
the
story.
problem is they're elitists. They think they're above all of
Exactly.
us, which
Yep.
I'm done with any kind of media that's that way.
You know, and I remember when I first started watching a lot of stuff on YouTube and channels and such. I had like Crowder. I mean, I still have a Louder with Crowder mug. I have Leftist Tears mug from years ago, but I don't watch that stuff anymore.
I mean,
I haven't watched Steven Crowder since COVID. He fucking kind of lost it.
Yeah. He stopped. So I mean, he will do like some independent stories, but like for the most part, his show doesn't cover the news anymore. It's just him ranting.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he's a piece of shit to all his fucking coworkers, dude. Like,
Well, yeah, there's that as well. And
I hate the way he treats everyone that I liked leaves that show, and so I stopped watching the show. It's as simple as that.
I mean, with the Daily Wire, there's a couple characters I actually enjoy watching some of their content, but I'm not. I'll watch one, say, 15-minute video from someone on the Daily Wire maybe once a month, and that's it.
Hey, sir, how you doing?
What up, dude?
What's up?
He just took his headphones off.
But
I
give me a
like Michael
second.
Knowles
Yeah, I was trying to get
because-
the headphones to work. Hold on one second. My bad.
No worries.
I think Michael Knowles is the most honest about them. You know what I mean? He doesn't try to
Yeah.
like play the both sides and do the double speak. He's very much like, I believe in theocracy. I'm not gonna bullshit you. I'm like,
Yeah.
all right.
I like
Okay.
how
Yeah,
There's no
I guess
games with him.
If he
I
just
like
comes
how
out-
Shapiro. I like how Shapiro will be there talking about something very serious and break on. And speaking of that, let me tell you about.
And let me
My
tell you
pillow.
why Carter is a big piece
Yeah.
of shit. Such a big piece of shit that I need a very comfy pillow to sleep on, or else I can't
Yes.
get to tonight. What I've that
Ben-
was
Ben-
just like evil.
Ben tries to make it seem like a very dramatic situation, then all of a
Yeah.
sudden he's doing an ad break.
I know.
It's not a natural segue. Don't do that.
I never said he wasn't talented, all right? He's very good
Well, he
at
is-
bullying college students. Not that they don't deserve it. That is not a mark on Ben Spiro. Those college kids deserve to be fucking bullied.
He's a very good merchant. Yes.
We good,
That
Left
is-
Eye?
I'm
What's
not
up, dude?
I'm not gonna say anything.
He fr-
Well, give me-
He's having headphone issues, I guess.
that was
Tried-
Mike's out.
I'm trying to get his link added to the description here as a surprise special guest.
Surprise.
I just realized this
I
whole
wish
screen
I
is
wish he
backwards.
had his headphones on because he's stealing my thunder today.
Oh, you got your look.
Some fucking bullshit.
Got your look.
Oh, hi, Steve. A triumphant return. Squelched.
Did you say, Did you say a triumphant return?
He had it right. The
It
first
works.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've only ever watched the Hodge twins when they were on Crowder back in the day, like
Mhm.
regularly, and then like clips. I've never actually like
I
watched.
liked the early Hodge twins stuff when they were just the two twins just joking with each other about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great stuff. But before they got big into the like political scene, that was hilarious shit.
You know, yeah, I think I watched more of like their stuff before they became the conservative twins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also like Crowder more when he just did Change My Mind stuff. He has not
Oh,
done that in years.
Well, and you know what? I like Ben Shapiro better when he was just talking to kids at schools.
Yeah, me too.
Y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
You're a little quiet.
Yep.
All right, hold on.
You're very
Ain't
echoey.
better here. Damn.
Yeah, is it the same mic? Is it using the right mic?
Yeah, it sounds like a
Yeah.
desktop.
Okay, that's probably what it is. Hold on one second. Can I hop
Okay,
out and hop
no
back
worries.
in? Is that cool?
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. The
That was a
world's
Steve
right.
show.
I think with any of the characters that he mentioned, when they were back in the early days, when they were more genuine, at least
Yeah.
they seemed more genuine, that's what attracted me more. And Shock, the fact that you're at a Love's and not at a Bucky's, I'm gonna slap you.
Well,
Love's a long time.
I mean,
You don't know where. Do you know where Jeremy is right now? He's behind that Bojangles.
I work here. Yeah, that's the problem. I don't shop at my own gas station. I go to Buc-ee's. Don't worry.
No.
That's because it's got Dermaids there. That's why you don't shop
There's
there.
Dermaids.
Shock's at a Loves because we shoot gay people at Buc-ee's.
Jesus
What?
Gay meaning
All right.
happy.
Am I better now?
Oh yeah.
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 Thank
Perfect.
you. Sorry about that, fellas. Sorry about that.
All right, you're good.
So yeah,
Your camera is
okay.
reversed, though. By the way,
I'm
Camera's
trying to figure
mirrored.
that out, bro. I don't. I'm weirded out by this setup too. And this with my other eye, I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
did
Sorry.
we hurt you last night? Was last night that rough?
Only a little bit.
The
Only a little bit.
reversing is restream. If you go to restream and videos, the first setting, and then mirror camera.
Yeah, they have a
Oh.
setting, but you can
Good
fiddle
Lord.
with
Yeah,
that
that-
later.
Yeah,
I'll
that's,
fiddle
Yeah.
with that. I'll have to fiddle with that later.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I'm
restream,
sorry.
not
that's a
stream
yeah,
yards.
it's a restream setting.
Oh, there we go. Thank God. Okay.
There we
Jesus.
go.
There we go.
Okay.
Twist.
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
So, this is I'm recovering from last night first Duke Devil, okay? But
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
anyway, so like what part did you guys want me to actually explain?
When you
So-
said Hotep Jesus is right,
All
did you
right,
mean
so-
correct or right leaning?
I will say this: Black people in general are conservative. Like, love the Lord, America first. Really want everyone to make it based on their own merits,
And-
based
and
on those
yeah.
principles. Principally, a lot of Black people, if not most, or damn near all, are conservative.
Most black
It's
people
the
I knew
basis
growing
of-
up didn't like gay people either.
That's the other part. Is like
Yeah.
they're homophobic. We can be homophobic too. Like it's like a lot of the principles are there for a lot of Black people to be conservative. So that's like the foundation of it. I'm saying also, but he's right in what he's defining as the woke right. I will say that him and Amazing Lucas did a whole grift for almost 18 months to 2 years before the elections by saying that they were conservative. They didn't have to say much, but a lot of conservatives loves them for what they did say. So they got invited to a lot of things like I don't know if it was Turning Point before it was that. But I know that both he and Amazing Lucas were there. So a lot of the things that they're saying was because they've seen that. When you get just like Dave Chappelle said, once you're at a certain level, they'll show you behind the curtain. So I'm pretty sure that he's seen a lot of things. It's also the reason why I don't really trust Brandon Tatum that much, if at all, because Hotep Jesus was the one that actually got him out of character. He called him a bitch, and he actually rage quit a stream. And that was the I don't know if it was the Ahmaud Arbery case they were talking about or what. But
in
so ever
Georgia.
since
He only does
Yeah.
reaction content now. Like he feels so out of the loop. It's just kind of like
Brandon, if you guys ever watch Boondocks, Brandon Tatum is Uncle Ruckus. That's it.
fuck.
That's it.
You know what?
Every time he's like, "Oh, look at these black sons of bitches. Why can't they be like the pearly white man?"
When you were
So-
when you were getting your headphones and everything set up, we were actually going through your list of
Yeah.
people on that you listed there with the woke right.
Yeah.
And Brandon Tatum's the only one that we hadn't gotten to. But pretty much what it came up is everyone on that list was better like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So here's what I mean, like
here's
it's
the
gotten to the
other
point
thing
where
now.
we're so hyper polarized that what you're seeing is what they always were. It's just that they've gone so far as to actually tell you who they are.
Yeah, I
So
haven't,
things
I haven't
so
watched any of them since 2020.
So
Yeah.
are things that hyper perbolized that Trump trying to find like efficient people who are diverse to be in his cabinet that makes him woke right? Like you're saying he's defining that correctly.
He's saying these are the people that do that are woke right will do that. That's why I'm saying Daily Wire in
Yeah.
particular.
Uh-huh.
They're saying like, hey, we want to do this on a meritocracy, America first. But based on what Candace Owens said, Ben Shapiro, like, hey, we're friends, we're colleagues. So you actually went to a private event, said my name in a disrespectful manner to people that aren't colleagues. It was going to be recorded. You know that wherever you go, private or not, it's going to be recorded.
I like
You
that
could have called
example.
me and say that you had an issue with me.
And they
Then
can't fuck out of
you
Candace
say,
Owens.
hey,
Yeah.
you're the co-founder, but yet you don't do hiring decisions. You fired her for something that we don't really know about, but she can't talk about. You can't talk about it either. But yet you had, I think it was Andrew, go around and talk about how the decision to come firing her was going about. And then Jeremy Boring says, oh, we did fire her, but no one's going to tell me what they fired her for.
Yep.
You're such a big enterprise that you're too big to fail, but yet you fired someone for words when you said words don't matter, facts don't matter about your feelings. But it sounds like you've got particular feelings when it comes to a certain subject. So that's what I'm saying. Like, he's saying that woke right operate like that, and in that he's correct.
The other thing that you just said, enterprise, is the other thing I noticed about all these people. So when we say 5 years ago, there was very different. You watch one of their streams, you watch one of their videos, they get right into it. What do you start with now? We're now advertising.
Yeah,
we're now talking. I made a joke about, Ben's talking about, the the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It's got him so upset. The only way he can sleep well at night is on a MyPillow. Yeah. Brandon Tatum starts off his videos shilling like hell. Steven Crowder is telling you sign up for Mug Club. The Hutch was the same way. They've become such an industry now. It's the same way that the leftist industries are. Right. The climate change industry is entirely about money.
Right, and
climate change is going on for decades. Climate, we're supposed to be dead by now.
You know what?
Right. Well, hold on. I'm okay with you promoting your company, but the thing is Crowder literally got to a point where he'd be like, people are bad mouthing Trump. Am I going to go to it? No. So I'm like, why the fuck are you not giving me the news? I sit here and I listen to your ad reads. I sit here and I support you, and you don't give me the news. That's what they stopped doing. They stopped giving the customer what you want. The problem is that they advertise.
Well, no, they're giving you what they think the customer that's going to keep paying wants, and that's the issue. It's like they've got that's like everyone that's been shitting on The Boys season 4 because the person said, "Oh, if you don't like it, don't watch it." You actually should watch it because that's how you pull off a psyop, and that's what like the convention center episode, they actually are like that. That was the point. Like, they're actually saying, like, oh, it's woke. This is like, no, but that is how the woke right do operate, though. Like, you guys were saying a thing about Q and J6, like, it's like that for them. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so the people that they're trying to advertise to are those kinds of people. Have y'all watched The Boys? Have y'all watched The Boys season 4?
I only watched season 1.
Okay, yeah, so basically there's this girl, like, pretty much she's like Sparkler. And
oh yeah, we know.
She has a conversation with, I think, his sister Sage. She's like, "Why are you doing this?" And she's like, I'm giving them purpose. Like, these guys that believe these as much as they joke, some of the people that do this are the basement dwellers that don't have anything going on and would rather blame somebody else for their problems, which is what the right say the left do. And she's saying, I'm giving them something to believe in. So you shill to that market, they're going to pay regardless. The rest of us are going to be like, I don't know. It's a little off. It's a little weird. And we might pull out if it gets too hyper-polarized. But that people that they're shilling to, that's their real customer base. I say that Crowder's not a conservative. Crowder's are leftists without any friends. I've said that for a while.
Wait, he's a leftist without any friends? Is that what you said?
Yes, Crowder's a leftist.
Damn.
Well, he definitely operates like a dictator, as we now know.
Yeah,
it certainly seems that way. It's too bad Owen Benjamin flew off the fucking handle.
I think I've always viewed Crowder as like an elitist Republican that's not in the club. Like, he can call himself conservative all he wants, but he wants to be a rhino too.
That used to be Tucker. Tucker used to be the elitist Republican. You remember that?
So,
Crossfire, when he had his bow tie, when he was on MSNBC and CNN against Alan Combs.
Because
Tucker Carlson used to be the typical elitist Republican. Now he's anti-establishment.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I don't think Tucker is a person that even wants to be a rhino in the club. It's just that
not now.
I don't think it's that. He's like, hey, it's not my fault. You lived in Canada and they speak French there, and you happen to speak English. Like, you came here to try to talk about changing things here. You didn't change things over there. And the problem that I have with him is that Crowder. I'm cool. I'm cool with Tucker. It's just like my beef with Crowder is the fact that, like, for all the things that you try to do, it's like these aren't really conservative talking points. at all. It's just you're the mad kid that got left back a few times because they thought you were slow. It just turns out you speak English. Like, that's some shit you need to take over Canada. We don't need that bullshit over here. We speak English. So when he actually wants to actually convince people, when he did the thing about talking to black people, where do y'all think he went? Of all the places where he could go. Actually, listen. When he talks to white people that are of adult age between like 18 to maybe 30, where does he go?
Well,
Like,
he goes to Texas A&M a lot. But
Right,
are you talking
right.
about when he hits the city where he goes like
Places
I've seen him do city stuff like in Houston,
Right.
or maybe
But-
Dallas.
Yeah, I guess it is Texas.
Generally speaking, he goes to places of higher learning, right?
Right.
To go with the intellectuals that are there. When he actually wanted to talk to black people, he went to a fucking barbershop. He's like, I want to go to the place where black people are. And I'm like, well, who told you that's where we hang out? And why would you go there?
The movie.
If you always go,
Well, I mean, LeBron James has an entire podcast in a barbershop.
That's
LeBron,
true.
if you guys take advice for a guy that takes pictures with books on the third page, I don't know what to tell you.
Whoa!
If you ever-
We're still on the first.
He was
page. What you
savoring
mean the
each
third?
word, man.
No, you can't be reading. You can't read Malcolm X and be on page 3 for a photo op. That's terrible.
There's a lot of games in the NBA season.
Nah, you should be no. Don't tell us reading ain't fundamental to you. That's
This is
all I'm
fifth
saying.
reading.
But
He started over.
It's not fundamental to
you
his
need.
story either.
It needs to look beat up. It needs to have highlighter marks in it. You need to just let us know you read the book instead of just picked it up. Say, hey, let me get that book from you. So
You couldn't even
So
like
you
cut
pick up
the
the
fold it in
paperback.
half.
It was still
Fold it in
Exactly.
half, yeah.
I'm saying that he could have gone, if he really wanted to go for the black experience, he could have gone to the same places where he goes when he tries to engage with the white liberals, which would have been college campuses. He could have gone to HBCU. Texas Southern is there, Grambling State is there, but he didn't do that. He went to the barbershop, a local barbershop, where he assumed he could enlighten the blacks that are there, and then told shit about that's happening in Canada. We could give a fuck. And just like, well, he's finding out, oh my God, they're just like I am. The fact that you didn't think they were like you to begin with and you thought that you could change them by going to the barbershop where they are lets me know you're woke right too. And you're the liberal without any friends. You act the same way. That's what I'm saying is what led to that.
Yeah.
It's him saying that a lot of them are like that.
I think Hotep Jesus' example of Trump's vice president list was a terrible example of what he was
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
He's not saying that that's what Trump's going to do. He's going to say that this was his advisors are telling him to do.
Yeah.
He's not putting that on Trump. He's saying
and
that's
you know
his advisors.
If coming from it, where if he's saying that it's the advisors that are putting together the list, and I fully believe that that's what they're doing because they think they have to get the each of these people on the list appeal to a certain demographic, right? Appeal to a certain demographic. I want to say with appeal in the quotes. Yeah, that's fucking woke.
Just the same way is Biden saying, I'm going to appoint a black woman as vice president, and I'm going to appoint a minority woman to the Supreme Court. It's focusing on identity politics rather than the merits of whoever you want to fill the position.
Yeah, that's my issue.
Which should be more, which most people will say is a conservative value, but I think it just should be a general American value.
A human
to be
being
meritocracy over identity.
Well, that's how I view authoritarianism and left and right and stuff, right? Because you have Democrats, you have the left and you have the right. And so the right gets to the point where they go, look, I want decentralization because I disagree with you and I want my replacement. It's not based on moral. It's based on morals, not principles. I want to replace your leftist morals with my right morals. Instead of just saying principally, I want destabilization. Principally, I want freedom and equality, not with the stuff, because the right turns authoritarian and they turn into the left quick when they say, you know what, I'm not about the principles anymore. We got to do the dirty work and we want our morality to replace it. I'm like, no, that's going to lose me.
I'm with you on that one. I understand that. Yeah, it's like if you're going to be consistent, you're going to wind up bumping into hypocrisy or cognitive dissonance. If you are that way, I'm okay with just saying that's the way that you are. That's fine. It's just, saying it's good for one thing to happen, and then when it happens here, like, no, I didn't agree to this. I want decentralization.
Yep.
Like, that's where you run into a problem. That's all I'm saying.
Did someone say something? I heard.
Well,
I heard my name.
now I kind of want to see the rest of this video. See what else? See what else he thinks the woke right is.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Let me pull that back up.
Yeah,
Aw.
yeah. It was an interesting example that made me think.
Yeah, that example needed a better explanation. Now, all right, let me pull it up here. Okay, so this is. Oh, it's going to do the dumb Twitter thing where it's going to freaking load.
You got F and Steve there, like splaying for a.
Yeah, look at them feet pics, bro. That's why you
gotta-
broke.
you
You
gotta
can't
put
make money.
Good lord.
Steve's going to end up on OnlyFeet.
Set up for
Yeah.
for a Playgirl spread.
Yeah.
That's right.
Ariel,
Look at
could you do me a favor and make my brother an OnlyFeets page?
Oh, please, dude.
Break out the saxophone.
That's amazing.
She's Ariel saying that. Shock is saying that authoritarian is a bad thing.
No.
Ariel's the one that wants to be the authoritarian here.
Authoritarianism is only okay if I'm the one fucking doing it, okay?
Yeah. Only right if I'm the one in charge and I'm the one throwing the weight around, okay?
Exactly.
My way will be the right way. I'll clean up a lot of shit.
Yep, I knew I was going to do that. Hold on. God damn it. Stop sharing.
Sharing is caring.
Well, no, it's doing the damn Twitter thing. I got to refresh.
All good. All good.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Well,
I was gonna say honestly, you're gonna know the next maybe few months how woke whatchamacallit. Look, you hear me?
yeah, I hear you.
I was gonna say you're gonna see how woke the Daily Wire is if in the next like 6 months they hire somebody black.
They hire
You'll
the
know.
right black.
Well, this is
Someone that wants to fund Israel.
It's either gonna. I'm pretty sure
Wow,
they're trying to hit
shocking.
for. They're trying to gonna go for Amala, or DeRosso's probably still with PreGame, but they'll probably try to pick off that. If Amala's smart, she'll
Stay
take it.
doing your thing,
You know,
man.
The Daily Wire lately has been defending Trump, but it's only out of convenience.
Oh, they bent the knee.
It's
No,
'cause he's the
they've
only
been
choice.
bitching about him for a good minute, and as it's gone closer, then they hop back on.
Oh yeah, they're getting back on because they realize that that's where the people are at. And
And the debate's next month, right?
Next week.
Yeah, next Thursday. As a matter of fact, we're doing a special thing. We're
Oh, shit.
we're gonna have a drinking game. Unfortunately, well, we have a full panel already planned, and it's going to be called Wrong Pregame.
Oh, you're okay. So you are teaming up with Devil.
I was wondering. I was like, wait. Okay, I guess we're all just doing our own streams.
Yeah, everyone, you all can restream whatever, restream your channel if you want. We're working on the rules. I already bought my booze because because I'm worried that it might be a shit show. I bought Bacardi Malibu.
So
Something
is
not
this
so strong?
So is
Okay,
Biden?
I'm getting tequila.
So is Biden actually going to debate Trump?
Yes.
Edited. It's going to be edited. It's going to be like an hour-long debate that's going to be
So
cut
it's
up
not
into
live.
20 minutes. It's not live. That is
It's
my.
not live.
It's
He'd
not
be
live.
murdered.
It's
He'd be-
not in front of a live studio audience.
Biden would
Oh.
be murdered
It's
alive.
not
if he
live. No,
was.
they're going to edit that thing, dude. It's
They need to
pre-recorded.
control it. They need.
There's
to
no
really
way that
control it.
Trump would be out there saying it's not live.
What do you mean?
Wow.
It's got to be live.
Trump would,
no.
Trump would be letting everyone know if it wasn't live.
I don't know. I think he's taking a very.
debate.
No,
Well,
he's got a very diplomatic answer though.
Well,
because
here's the thing: Trump wants Biden to go in front of a live audience because he knows Biden will make a fool of himself.
I don't think it matters because if it's pre-recorded, you're gonna tell how edited the hell it is. I don't think it really matters.
Bill's not wrong.
On the Jake Paul interview thing, he was like, you know what? I've done debates with CNN and they do a fine job. And
Right.
we're
But-
going to do a debate. I think a debate is important, and I'm glad that we're doing it, which I also love that comment because he also
Well-
made it clear that debating Republicans is beneath him, but he
But
wants
there's-
to debate the Democrats.
But there's no way Trump is not going to know it's edited, and he's going to get that information out to make Biden look bad.
I'm okay. Either way, I just want to see it unedited.
Yeah, it's got to be unedited. If it's edited, we'll know, and
I think it's going
it
to
will
be funny.
actually be really interesting to see everyone's reaction to an edited debate.
It's going to be hysterical.
He doesn't stutter one time.
Well, no, so
AI.
Hey, Biden has a very serious stutter. He's had it for decades.
like Kel said, Biden is going to be getting that good SS meth.
Mhm. Yep.
He's absolutely
Oh,
right.
they definitely pump him full of drugs before any time he goes in front of public.
What was
And
it?
even
The
th-
beanie
and
says?
All I'm letting y'all know is I'm surprised that y'all know what drug he's on, man. We saw the movie about this. Y'all remember the movie? Y'all ain't see Limitless?
Yeah, I remember that movie.
He's on the
That shit's real. All I'm saying is it's gotta be
Yes.
real. Yeah, it's real.
Yeah.
That shit's real.
I don't.
And it barely fucking works on him. That's how
Yeah,
gone
that's-
he is.
He's still
I was
incontinent.
gonna say, it's not that good. Give it to someone who's actually competent.
I'm sure it's a fantastic drug, but he's like an actual corpse, and it generates him that much.
Oh shit! It brings him back to life.
The Beanie said the other week, he's like, you're going to see the Manhattan Project of drug cocktails for Joe Biden.
Jesus
Yeah, man.
All right, let's find out what else defines the woke right, because I don't like. Well, I don't like Republicans. I'll just say that.
Yeah, that's my thing. I'm not disagreeing with the arguments. I'm disagreeing with using the word woke because my hard definition of woke is Marxism. When you are replacing history with your own versus just Republicans and the right being progressive panderers.
So
I have a question. Does anyone know what woke actually was defined? Like generally, what woke was supposed to
right,
be?
So Hotep Jesus actually kind of briefly discussed that about how being wake to like he didn't actually.
It's Marxism. It's
surprisingly,
being
he didn't
aware of
phrase-
this.
Well, no. He didn't actually say these words, but like being aware of systematic racism. And
Well, not racism, just in general.
Here's the thing.
Not
Did-
racism.
Did it originate from Marxists or Marxist apologists?
No, it did not. No, it got co-opted. That's what it got co-opted. Yeah,
That's what he brought up in the video here.
Yeah.
Is that it started in the black community, essentially,
Okay.
or air quotes black community, as he put it. So
Yeah, but white leftists have co-opted it.
yeah,
That's so
And-
weird. White
Kinda
leftists
reminds
never
me
do that.
of, fuck, what was that called? Occupy Wall Street.
Oh yeah.
right, yeah.
Because I was all for Occupy Wall Street, and then it got fucking retarded.
Like so many movements, when you know that there's something legitimate behind it, it gets
And
quickly
what do you
subverted,
know?
perverted, and destroyed.
The Occupy Wall Street was originally supposed to be against the big corporations, and what do you know? We're dealing with corporations that are in on everything with the government.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Well, that is actually the definition of fascism. Governments that go or companies that go along with government propaganda for authoritarian means.
It's corporations promoting the government, and then vice versa.
Or the government promoting corporations, which we've been
Or-
doing for a very
or-
long time now.
Or corporations bowing down to government dictates, even though it's not legal.
There's very little free market anymore in this country.
But I don't know if
Anyway.
the word woke goes further than Germany, but it was basically like a voting block, right? Saying, hey, we're the ones that are aware of the, systematic classist oppression.
And Shock, in regards to woke being the communistic woke, we'll call it. That's kind of why I fucking hate that word, right? Like we've had several episodes on what is woke, and I hate that word because it gets lost. Like there's so many different ways that it's used, and I think when it comes to the communist side of things, you just need to call it that because that's just blatant, obviously what you mean.
Yeah.
Whereas when calling something woke because it's
Well, that's why I've stuck with
subverting.
That's why I've stuck with cultural subversion because that's
Yes.
exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's why I don't use that term woke. I use cultural subversion.
I haven't
It feels
used the
much
word
more
woke.
accurate to what's going on and more direct.
I'm woke every morning at like 4 a.m.
We know, Steve.
That's true.
You're a good boy.
So let's see what else he's got to say. Because now I'm curious. Because I want to. I just don't like Republicans. I have conservative values. I'm not a Republican.
Yeah.
And I guess now that it's their turn to be vilified by the media, they're complaining about it, whatever. So they're complaining about inequality, okay? Number 3, racial identity. You'll see a huge amount of racial identity. At one point, the right was talking about we need to stop looking at race and identity politics, and they talked down on all this stuff when black people identified as black and said, don't identify as black, just identify as American. And now we see within the past few years, I mean, obviously it's happened in the past before, but you see it more prevalent now on Elon's app. What happens, a lot of people are identifying as white. They're, Christian nationalists, whatever it may be, but you see a lot of white identity now.
Is that a thing?
Oh, wait, is Christian nationalist automatically associated with white, though?
No.
It's kind of sounding like he's
really.
kind of conflating there, though.
It should not.
What I think he's saying is, it's like people are saying it's okay to be white. Is just saying, hey, I'm white and that's it. But it's like, no, I'm white and I'm proud. Like, hey, we get it. But you told people that are saying I'm black and I'm proud, you should be American and be okay with that. That's what he's saying. People that are actually just putting that at the front of everything is their racial identity. That's what he's saying.
But what about the Christian thing, though?
So I will agree if you're going out there and like,
yeah,
I identify as white. That's fucking gay.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
stupid.
No, like,
I wake up every morning, white power.
Not even that, but like just the idea of thinking of yourself as a white person is so weird.
I know.
Like,
I agree with that. Yeah. But I have
yeah.
questions on the Christian thing, though.
I don't know.
Why do you associating Christianity a belief with white identity?
I feel like
because a lot of them do that. When it's like the part of the problem of setting up government was you weren't supposed to have like a national religion. So it's like a lot of conservatives think that being Christian is a part of being conservative when it isn't. So he's seeing that the woke right are saying they're trying to wrap up being conservative in being Christian. Like, that's not how it's supposed to go. Like, Maj Toure says that, like, hey, look, a lot of our founding fathers were deists. Like, that was it. They weren't like hard Christians. They were deists. So, and the thing is, he's saying that a lot of the conservatives that are doing all this stuff are trying to wrap up like an identity in a religion and in their nationality.
I agree with that, because as like a Christian and have, air quote conservative values, I don't like the two blending together, because I don't want your politics getting mixed with my faith and my belief, right? But at the time,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, but you go first, because it's the second part of your conversation. So,
I was going to say that's the reason why Vivek Ramaswamy isn't going to be picked as VP, is because a lot of conservatives that are Christian are like, I'm not going to vote for you because you're Hindi. And he said that in all the interviews he's been doing. They said that's why they're not going to vote for him. So if they're not going to vote for him for president, they probably aren't going to do it if he's going to run for vice president, or they're going to stick to local elections when they know the guy's going to be a conservative Christian. And that's the other issue.
That's retarded. I still think enough people would support him as time goes on. I think he would be a popular VP in the long run as well.
And that's a problem. He would. It's just the fact that he's saying that people that are in that staunch and hard voting block are the ones going up to him after these rallies and saying, look, I ain't going to vote for you because you're Hindi. Not because you're, not because of anything else, just because you're Hindi. So I think that's what he's saying. The woke right will do that.
I think that's just a percentage of like religious ideologues, and that's a small percentage that I haven't really seen numbers of how much, vote for Trump, but wouldn't vote for Trump because of that small disagreement.
I would say for how I think people are really underestimating how tight the race is going to be, and for people that are saying that this is going to tight, they don't want to lose any potential votes.
I think it's going to be tight. No, I think less people are going to vote this year in general. There's no way.
Right.
I think it's going to be smaller votes.
I think there's going to be so many disenfranchised people this go around.
Yeah. And to my second point, I think the reason why well, the British colonies were all Christian. So when the Declaration of Independence was drafted, the culture was Christian, even though the laws were never like established as a type of religion. But the majority of people that live in this country are going to just be American. And whether Republicans want to construe that or not with, Christianity, that's on them. That's why the founding fathers wrote the Declaration of Independence the way that they did.
Fair.
So that would be my dispute about that.
I think you meant the Constitution, not the Declaration.
My bad. I'm really tired.
He's sleepy.
Specifically, the Bill of Rights.
The rights of the bills.
Are there people out there that are actually like coming out and like making videos? I identify as a white person.
There probably are, but why?
If you've,
I know. Maybe on a Gab or something.
Oh,
no, there's been plenty on Twitter. They'd go, "My fellow whites, you need to start doing this, that, or the other thing."
And
then people came at them and like,
white Twitter's a real thing. So I mean,
white Twitter.
That's what they want.
Black Twitter, though.
The people who created this divisiveness will just for an easy target, Obama. That's what they want. They want white people to start identifying as whites. They want fucking chaos in this country.
They want division.
Yes.
Nope.
And people are giving in.
Why don't we just like drop the whole like race thing when we're introducing ourselves and just be like, "Hi, I'm Steve. I'm a fucking asshole."
So
like
here
that.
Is that your preferred
that's how it
pronoun,
used to
Steve?
be.
those are the pronouns, asshole.
Ass and hole.
Yeah. But here's how it all devolves down. It all comes down to Marxism. And in the past, when Marxists wanted to go in and take over a country, they would pit the classes against each other. In America, that didn't work because the middle class was the largest class, and it just didn't work here. So how could they get in with America? Race. That was the best part because most countries outside of the U.S. and maybe Brazil are very homogenous. So you come into America, how do you divide America? Based on race, not class. And that's what they're doing. They learned that. They tried based on class. It didn't work.
Yep.
Well, right, because
That's why
everyone who's the 99% of us have much more in common than the 1%.
Seriously.
Seriously. Okay, let's. He's got a long list here.
All right, go ahead.
Let's see.
And complaining about, here's how whites are being treated, right? So now it's no longer here's how Americans are being treated. Now all of a sudden they are white and they identify by their race. Cancel culture, they definitely participate in cancel culture.
Daily Wire.
Boom, told you.
For sure.
Steven Crowder even to some.
Yep.
Now the stuff with Jared is weird, but
he really ruined a lot of people defending him.
Yeah,
by going after his kid.
Oh yeah.
I was totally I've always backed not gay Jared till that, and I'm like, dude, why are you trying to take the dude's kid away? That's weird. Okay.
Yeah,
it's weird.
There's something very personal there beyond just business relationship.
Yeah. It's very calming to think like, hey, you the man, just give your ex all the money so that you could not see your kid ever again. Like, what the? No. He takes care of his kid, whether he's a piece of shit or not. That's an actual conservative value.
I'm trying to think of other right-leaning cancellations. Canada's the biggest one.
On Beck.
I don't think.
On Beck, they nixed Tommy Lahren when she came out and said she was pro-choice.
Oh, I did not know about that. I don't follow.
Lauren Southern kind of got shamed for her whole marriage thing.
I don't think it's quite as common on the right, but if it's on the right, it's usually because of religious stuff.
It
Yeah.
might maybe it's something religious
They
stuff.
tend to
But you know what? That
cancel
would
their
be
own
so
before
that
they
the religious
cancel the
stuff would be
other
the same
side.
thing as what the left does, because it's you're not living
Well,
up
yeah.
to my moral
Oh
standards.
yeah, the
Yeah.
SJW LGBTQAI is a cult
Uh,
and a religion of
you know what
itself.
I will tell you this. I will say that even though it's not a cancellation, I would say there is a pattern with the type of black people that PragerU will have on. I don't know if he's going to talk about this, but he'll probably say that a lot of the black people that the conservatives try to push are all kind of the same. Really nasally, high voice, kind of effeminate, and or gay.
And or not
Okay.
yet to be determined.
I mean, like if you look Xavier DeRusso and Dave Smith, like they tried really hard to push them towards the election of 2020 and like dropped them.
And you're
Like,
saying specifically PragerU, right?
that you can call that I can check. I PragerU
Because I was gonna say the Hodge twins are nothing. They're none of those descriptors.
Hodge twins know that they're light enough to say some of the stuff that they say to appeal to white people because
Right.
their country is shit. And to black people, it's like I can say the N word because I'm black, but I married a Latina. So my kids are going to be only half of the problems that I tell all the other white people to be scared about. When they actually just are funny dudes. Like honestly, being on
they're hilarious.
Steven Crowder's show was like the worst thing they could have done because
Yeah.
now all they do is just show it's reactionary and all you do is show problems.
Dude,
And so I'm like, go ahead.
That's what I was saying. When the Hodge twins were just doing their comedy between the two of them, that
That's
was
funny.
hilarious.
Yeah. And it's like the problem is like now they're stuck. And I feel bad for them too a little bit because it's like this is all you can do is got a damn good show and show stuff that's happening and that's it.
Yeah.
And so I'm just like they're kind of on that too. My bad. Go ahead. Yes.
No, I feel you.
No, you're good.
And you know what? Maybe I have no idea when he made this video. Hotep Jesus. It's a clip he had ready for people after that tweet that I read.
It was a few days ago.
Oh, okay.
It was this week.
I thought maybe he had it for a month or two or something.
No. This, I think he's taking part of what happened to Candace because Candace was the first person I heard say woke right. Like I don't know if y'all seen her stand to someone's cups.
Oh, I have not actually.
I'm gonna buy one because her first episode was about the firing, and she was like, "I'm actually gonna come up with my own cup. It's not a Stanley cup; it's a Standish cup, and on the back it says woke right tears."
That's amazing.
I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna buy one.
That's
I'm
funny.
buying one.
Oh god.
So yeah, I think that's where he's taking his cue.
So yeah, so
To
what I
me
was
means
is
semen,
maybe
by
this
the way.
idea of the woke right is kind of coming to the forefront of things, and so now we're going to start seeing more maybe right side cancellations.
And that's why I'm saying, like, actually, with people shitting on the boys is you can shit on it, but you should actually watch it because this is how easy it is to get hyperpolarized and to like actually go in a completely different direction and wind up questioning like, oh shit, are we the bad guys now? Are we the people that we like sought to get rid of? I just think that at this point it's like if there's woke anything and you say woke left, it's like saying I have heads but I can't have tails on this quarter that I have.
Okay, so that aligns a lot with what I've always like explained woke to be because I don't care if you make your own property and like the owner of that property ruins his own shit. I have a problem when you rewrite Peter Parker and you replace him with Miles Morales because you have an actual existing story and you rewrite it versus The Boys is a new IP and it's it's got hyped in its own way.
It did, yeah. It's the boys. I read all the volumes. It's completely different and it's actually very much more graphic in the comic than the show. But it's like for the most part, it was like supposed to be deconstructionism, which Garth Ennis does a great job of. So trying to make it current, I can see why they would do all these things. So for everyone calling it woke and stuff like that on the right, they're missing the subtle things like when A-Train's booked in a movie about how he had to get up out of the hood with his white track coach that taught him the meaning of life when he was never in the hood. He's like, my brother was my track coach and that's how I got like there's certain like it's nuanced in there enough, but like that's I trail off. I'm sorry.
No,
That-
you're
No,
good.
that's a good point. That's a good point.
I was going to add the boys also it was a big commentary on corporatism. That was the
Right.
main in the comic. In the show, it started out that way, but they're turning it into MAGA.
That's
I'm
fair.
not going to call it
that's
woke
fair.
because this is just progressivism and diversity, and we're like, hey, progressivism and diversity is a very small market share, and you are going to lose money if you keep pandering to this
fair.
stuff. We're
That is
just
very
laughing at these ideas failing. Versus when
That's fair.
again, I haven't screamed the word woke since Spider-Man 2, because when you are actually stealing fucking culture, you are replacing it, erasing it, and reprinting it. That is theft. That's why the word air quote woke is so powerful. But when you just have progressive ideas that are failed, you should just laugh at them, not say, "Oh, look, it's Marxism."
I think theft is a better way to say it. I wouldn't even say woke anymore. I should say theft. I like that better. I say theft.
It is
I like
fucking
that.
theft, bro.
It's theft. I like that better. Just say like that's theft. Stop.
Yeah. You stole my property. Like, it's been a thing for 30 years, and you decided to rechange it and rewrite it. Theft.
I like theft. Go ahead.
Did we lose someone?
Who we lose? Well, we lost
Alf.
Alf.
Oh, he's been having weird hiccups.
I thought he had fire internet. He showed us his
Oh,
download
man.
speed.
It,
Showed us under the hood.
it drops at weird times. I don't know why, but I'm here.
All right.
Welcome back. All right, so let's see what else we got.
culture. I don't think I have to give any examples. I'm sure you all have seen the right participate in some form or fashion cancel culture, especially in politics. Politics is a dirty game where, they look to destroy your reputation. Number 5, sexual liberation. We saw the beer calendar. Shout out to the beer calendar. I have no gripe against the beer calendar, but it's not conservative. It's not right wing. It's definitely a tool of sexual liberation. And, Bryson Gray, he had his criticisms of it. He called it demonic. They had the Jesus cross, blah, blah, blah. Single moms on there. They're showing skin, blah, 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 blah. And it's basically a form of sexual liberation. So that could also fall under the woke right, especially when you saw how people defended the beer calendar, right? And
The beer calendar thing was retarded.
The
It was.
actual calendar
It
or the
was.
reaction to the calendar?
Both.
I have no issues with the calendar itself.
I have no issues with the calendar either.
Okay, so you can make fun of it. That's totally fine. That's another thing. My thing is like a lot of things we try to be like objectively truthful about things, but like sometimes you got to be objectively truthful and sometimes you got to be personal. Just think you think it's retarded, but there's nothing inherently wrong with it.
And then someone calling it demonic. Yeah. The dumbest thing with how tame.
Gray.
With how
Bryson
tame,
Gray got it. He's got
I know.
issues.
Yeah.
There weren't even C cups on that thing.
I
bruh.
know, but that was the tamest calendar, bikini calendar
I
I've
know.
ever seen.
It's just weird. It's like he was like, it's like I don't and that's what I'm saying is the hypocrisy you run into with trying to wrap up Christianity and conservatism, because it's like, where in Christianity does it say you should be showing off your body for a man that's not your husband?
Dude, Christianity's divided. Let alone.
And that's what I'm saying. Like but that's what he's saying. Woke right would do that. Like, hey, we're gonna wrap up Christianity, but we're also gonna have a beer calendar with women in bikinis that are trying to sell a conservative beer. I was like, no,
Okay, yeah.
Is it?
yeah, like that's what like that.
Isn't there a government document that says religion should not play a role in politics?
Well, yeah, but this is also cultural.
But we're talking about protecting the right to freedom of religion too.
Well, it's freedom of religion. You can't have you don't want to have an established one. You can't say that everyone in this group is of this religion.
If you establish a religion, then there's no religious freedom.
Established religion means that there's no religion that has control of the government.
Yeah,
it's not a theocracy, and
Exactly.
the separation of church and state is not based on an actual document. It's a letter.
Right.
So real quick, just per Ariel's request here, she needed to see the guns.
I'll tell you what, when Alf went back to Melmac, he hit the gym hard.
I was putting in the weights.
There was no more cats. That's what it was. None of those fatty cats to eat.
You should see below the waist.
Wow. Wow. This guy.
Hey, this is not that show on on YouTube.
Just on the calendar, real quick. There's nothing wrong with creating that calendar in itself.
No.
And then Bryson goes and says what he says. And then you don't need to go and defend your actions or anything like that. Like it was all just a bunch of what's the word? Just a bunch of fucking cultivated drama.
Dude,
That
Left Eye
fucking stupid.
Left Eye explained his position way better than he did in like 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Just say, hey, I think conservatism is based in Christianity, therefore this is Satanism. But the thing is conservatism is not it's not directly connected to Christianity. That's where he's got it wrong.
I think conservatism is based in preserving morals, and we are in a society that is ditching all of our morals left and right.
Yes.
But our
And that's-
morals were culturally Christian.
That
Well,
that
I mean,
all started
that
back
I
in
understand
the
that
90s.
morals are based usually in religion, but
Yeah.
they don't have to be. But that's where, as America, that's where we got them, usually from Christian or Judeo-Christian
Judeo-Christian,
values.
yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing, yeah. Mhm.
And yes, you can be a non-religious person and be moral, but but it's usually there's some kind of effect where you gained your morals from someone who probably was religious at some point in their life.
Nope. But that's all culture, though. That's not like the actual religion being a part of the government.
That was I did not see sexual liberation coming up on this list, but
Yeah, this is a wild one.
I kind of did because it could bleed into like more of the red pill community and the red pill space too. But that's a different conversation.
Oh
Oh
shit!
my
Fake and
goodness.
fraud up
Sorry.
getting up in here.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at Ariel's last comment.
yeah,
Use
Wow.
your
I wasn't
imagination.
going to address
Ariel.
it. That's all.
Jesus.
I knew.
Damn.
That's all I
Damn.
knew.
Somebody's
He said, you
thirsting
know,
in the comments.
Just Google a picture of a pipe cleaner and then expand it
Wow.
however big you want it.
Wow.
You may have to go to
Yeesh.
Staples and go to the plotter and be like, "Do you have anything bigger than 11 by 17?"
Look at Hotep's face.
Oh god.
Well, what is he doing?
That looks like Asmongold.
Oh, it's a black Asmongold.
Oh, you can't tell women what to do, blah, blah, blah. And they made a whole bunch of excuses for why, they should be able to sell sex, right? And that falls in line with, the left and wanting to sell sex. And, it's part of the sexual liberation movement. LGBT, it's been a huge amount of acceptance of the rainbow within the ranks of the woke right. Now, a lot of people have given pushback to this, but there are trans voices. I know there's one person called Lady Liberty. I don't even know how that came about, or Lady MAGA, or whatever his name.
Lady
they,
Maga's hysterical.
him, her, whatever. I don't know how this shit works.
I mean, people were joking
they-
about that a long time ago too. Like first when it was like with Milo, look at the look at the gay man in the MAGA hat, so fucking based. And then then they joked, and then like even the people in like again the more extreme corners like, watch what's gonna happen with the trannies next, and lo and behold,
That's a bullet point called tokenism.
Yeah, it's tokenism. Yeah, that's
Yep.
yeah, you're right. Yes.
If
Blair
the,
White.
Blair White, if
Buck,
the country,
Buck Sexton kinda like I don't think he gets she whatever doesn't get that much attention really.
yeah,
And Blair White's in fucking music videos with fucking Ronnie Radke
that's
for fuck's sake.
wild. Tom McDonald, yeah.
falling in reverse and who else was in that video, Steve? That song you hate? Jelly Roll?
Jelly roll.
Oh
Yeah.
god, I never heard that one.
It came out like last week or the week before.
If
I mean,
Christianity was like a part of the state, they would have seized that rainbow a long time ago.
Yeah, I think it's more of the fact that like it's who you're willing to prop up. Like if you're talking about Blair White, but is anyone talking about Buck Angel?
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Buck
I
Angel.
Blair White's pretty. That's why.
I called Buck Angel Buck Sexton
What?
because I've been watching.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what the hell you were talking about. Like Buck
Look at this.
Sexton.
Buck
What the-
Sexton.
No, Buck Angel. Like Buck
Yeah,
Angel
Buck
and
Angel.
Blair, they've done like an episode of his podcast before, but it's like
Yeah.
if you want to actually get the view on it, like the full view instead of propping somebody up, you would talk to Buck Angel and Blair White. Like not just prop up Blair White because she's hot,
Yep.
but she's got
Yeah.
a dick too. Like it's like if you can't just
I'm very
tokenize people
confused
like
by
that.
y'all saying he's hot. This is very confusing. Why?
He looks
You guys
like a-
are you guys
looks
like on
like a woman.
perpetual
Wait, wait.
beer goggles or something?
It
Like,
looks like a
why-
woman.
You're saying he's hot. Do you mean
Buck or
Blair.
Blair.
He's mean Blair. Yeah.
He means Blair. It's like 'cause I'm thinking concerned
Yeah.
is like, oh my god, it's dude, but she's kind of hot for a chick, but she's, and she likes guns too. Like it's weird. Like when they want to prop him Blair up for that, and it's like, well, if you want to actually have the conversation on it and to figure out how you get to have a Buck Angel, you'd want to talk to Buck Angel about it. Do you know what I mean? Like,
You people have talked to Buck Angel. I'm trying to remember. who.
yeah, I know, but the thing is like, as much as you see Blair White, you should actually be seeing more of Buck Angel because of that.
well?
Like,
I-
Buck Angel's
the funny
an
thing
OG.
the funny thing was I've seen with Buck Angel, she at least seems to also promote the idea of like transitioning and stuff like that, and helping people out that are trying to do that, and that is what probably gets her also excommunicated from talking and propped up. As
That's
much,
how
'cause-
Blair got started. Blair would interview detransitioned people.
Oh really?
In like
I-
2016.
That's Dermy's territory.
That's true. Just so you know, Dermy said he would rather have sex with Buck Angel than Amaranth.
Yeah, he did.
Amaranth, wait.
The
That
orange
doesn't-
chick
that
that showed
does
her
not
yeast
surprise
Well,
me.
here.
well, I mean, Buck's a woman, so that'd be the straightest sex Dermy's ever had.
Steve, I have a question.
I've just seen how Dermy looks at Gorlock, so it's,
Oh no.
He didn't even hear to defend himself. How does he do this?
We need to get him in here.
I know. It's Anime Odyssey today.
Yeah, he's on Anime Odyssey. But Steve, Buck Sexton or Blair White?
I don't know either one, so I'm not answering.
Which
Well,
one
Google-
sounds prettier?
Stop saying Buck
I mean, not
Sexton.
Buck Sexton, Buck Angel.
So-
Why do I keep calling him fucking?
Here,
Yeah,
Here's
like I'm not
here's-
interested in the buck sex, so because
Oh,
I mean I've
so you'd
seen.
rather
Okay,
have
so
penis.
hold on.
Buck
Like
Angel
I'm,
or
so
Blair
wait,
White?
wait. Here's the question I have.
I'm just trying to like because Buck. Every time I hear the name Buck, I think of Kill Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that's out.
See, I think of Buck Rogers and I think
Here-
of Aaron Gray.
Here's the
yeah,
question
yeah.
I have. Neither one of them have had bottom surgery, right?
I don't think so.
Wait, Buck did. No, Buck. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, they haven't. I'm sorry. No, they
Yeah,
haven't.
they advocate against it actually.
Well, yeah,
Because
that's
it fucking
mutilation.
destroys your damn sex drive.
Yeah.
So
All right,
on
let's,
it, on,
let's I do
Yeah,
agree that-
tokenization. That's the
Yeah,
point.
tokenization. Like Brandon Straka from Walk Away.
Oh yeah.
Everyone talks about how he's a gay guy, and it's like, no, he's just a dude who walked away, right?
He is not a gay guy. He doesn't want to even talk about sexuality at all. He talks about Democrats lying about Trump. He doesn't even talk about gay stuff.
That's
Right, but a lot of
that's
people
because-
will say that about him.
That sucks. Yeah, I don't like that.
That's because nothing about who he decides to have sex with should have anything to do with how he is politically presenting himself.
He
With
should be
political
known
argument.
for the guy who cried when he found out like one of the lies about Trump. Like he's like, I
Yeah.
swore this was real. And when I saw
Oh, was
the
that
video,
that was,
like,
that was the
cried.
Charlottesville
Yeah.
thing?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Charlotte. Yeah,
When he
My
saw the full
reality was
video,
broken
he
and
said
I
like he was
cried.
emotionally and physically damaged by it, basically.
Like that is insane. That's what he should be known for. And I think he would agree too.
okay.
Has been amongst the woke right at least acceptance of that type of culture. Now this is number 7 here, no goals. This is a huge identifier. If you want to identify the woke right, they usually have no goals. They just, complain, victim mindset, and they have no real solutions. They have no principles. For example, Cameron was just in the media, and he did a interview with CNN, right? And according to my recollection, my memory, CNN was the enemy. It's fake news, and we'd love to see them destroyed, right? And he goes on there and he completely embarrasses CNN, makes them look like an illegitimate organization.
Was that the dude who was taking like the boner pills?
Host powder. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Okay. That was hilarious.
You mean poppers?
I don't know. He called it something that he was like.
It's pink horse powder. That's what it's called. Pink horse powder. It's like ginseng and some other stuff in it. That's it.
I just learned about poppers the other day. It was fucking disturbing.
I don't even know what that is.
Apparently it's a pill you take so you can be a bottom easier.
Oh, dirty.
Yeah.
Whoa,
I
that is
know what
not
you're
what I
talking
was
about.
thinking.
You
Oh my God.
let Dermy know
Yeah.
about that.
What the?
Yeah, apparently it's just like a
What did I
muscle
get on this
relaxer.
stream? Oh my
Yeah.
God.
There's a reason why my name's fucking Steve.
All right. Well, carrying on.
Postmania writes this ad, talks about he's taking sexual stimulants and talking about he's going to get some booty cheeks. And to me, I'm like, so basically what you're saying is he's a straight male and he's going to be the progeny of his race, right? The human race. He's going to actually have children. He's straight. He's not LGBT. That's what I took away. But they tried to sort of, at least what appears to me, implicate him in the whole Diddy situation, just like CNN did, right? So this is unprincipled people, right? Amongst the woke right. Basically, CNN was the enemy, but instead you chose to side with CNN instead of a conservative male. Now, that male happened to be a rapper and he happened to be black, but at the end of the day, they chose not to side with someone who has a conservative opinion and is a straight male.
You know what this is pointing out to me? I must not be watching a whole lot of conservative media.
Yeah, we're
conservative
not.
news, because I didn't see anyone talking about him like getting wrapped up in the Diddy thing or whatever.
Yeah, I don't watch. I don't
either.
watch. I don't watch any mainstream media at all.
Oh yeah, same here.
I wish he was call some of the people out by name so I could find out, because I didn't see that. This is the only one I've said I haven't seen this though.
Okay.
Might be in the comments.
Maybe. Well, not on this, because this maybe of wherever this video is, but because this is just a post he put as a reply to a tweet. So that tweet where he's calling out the woke right, people were like, "What's the woke right?" And he would just respond with this video to everybody.
And this is why I say they have no principles and they have no goals, which is number 7 and number 8. Number 9, many of them are status.
This is true.
Yes.
There's a lot
Hell
of
yeah.
there's a lot of right people that
Yes.
and they would want. There's people even out there that say they want their religion in the government deciding what the government does. Like,
Yeah, bullshit. Fuck those people.
Wow.
You know what you do is that you tell them and you say, "Hey, what if it was a different religion? Like if they're Catholic, like, hey, what if it was Protestant?" They'll lose their shit.
Or the even more, the biggest one is what if they were Muslim?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
that's huge.
Yeah.
They
If
lose
they
their
were Jewish.
They lose their shit.
Jewish,
isn't that
and
what
rightly
it was?
so, because that's not religious freedom.
Right.
I guess the weirdest thing to me in regards to the Second Amendment is, if you think about it, the thoughts of conservatives and liberals should be flipped. If you are conservative, then you would want only the military or the police to have guns. Hence, I back the blue, right? And if you're liberal and you're going to say, fuck the police, you wouldn't want the police in any of your business. You want to actually have more guns.
Yeah.
So it's
My
really
God,
backwards,
yeah,
and I'm
it
surprised
is.
no one's brought that up. So like if you say back the blue, I'd have to ask like, hey, to what extent? Because you know that when Hurricane Katrina hit, the police did go door to door to take people's guns from them.
I think that
go ahead.
I think that leaning into what you just said, I think that shows why Trump is gaining support in the black community, because he's being attacked by the government basically unfairly. And a lot of people are like, "Oh, he's a felon? I know plenty of felons." You know.
Well, it's the issue that Maj 2 erased. Also, though, it's like it's the point, and I don't know if Hotaji is going to bring it up. Is the fact that when not all black people, but a large majority was saying, "Yo, the justice system is stacked against us," and we've seen examples of that. That when they're out to get us, and like, hey, when I mean us, we mean black people. Certain black people that they go after, they do not stop. And even if they have to, no pun intended, trump up charges on you, they will. And so now they're saying, oh my God, he's just like you guys. Now it's like, well, hold on, we were saying this before. So were you believing us then, or are you trying to use it to get our vote now because you're trying to identify Trump as a felon with black people? Either way, it folds in on itself, but that's still part of the statism of it too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. I never thought that was like an argument to vote for him or anything.
A way I also look at it is you've got people like Clapper and Fauci and people who have testified to Congress and been caught fucking lying and nothing happens.
Who the
Whereas
fuck is
if
Clapper?
I was ever called in and I lied to Congress, I'm done.
Oh yeah.
Like there's definitely a multi-tiered justice system in this country and has been for a long time. It's just now getting drawn out.
Yeah, so I don't think it's more so like, hey, Trump is they're going after Trump, he's a felon, just like the black people. It's just more just like if you bring up something to someone, they're saying it doesn't make sense. You're like, well, hey, it doesn't make sense. Or are you going to vote for the person that doesn't make sense? No, I'd rather vote for the person that makes sense. I don't think
like
it's
that
so much
argument either.
It's
drawing. It's just like this doesn't make sense.
They're weaponizing the justice system more than anything.
That's a terrible position for America to be in, period. All right, do we fucking vote for fucking Jerry's kids, or do we vote for fucking someone that we don't care about? Like, I personally think there's something better than Trump out there. It's just not available to us because of the fucking bullshit two-party shit. The other thing is, I think the government's corrupt as fuck. I'd more likely vote for a felon because we need shit shooken up.
That's fair. But
I think they'd be more authentic if they were a criminal versus a Gavin Newsom, someone who's been a criminal politician their whole life.
If someone was convicted of embezzlement, I do not want them to be the damn president.
Yeah.
Embezzling.
But I'm saying, like, I'm more likely to vote for a felon because fuck the government. Like,
that's fair.
Like, that's fair. They obviously didn't give a shit what the government thought, and they still did what they did. Like,
that's fair. Yeah,
and that's why I say government speech up in here.
Yeah, I'm all for that. Especially if it turns out that Gavin Newsom does run. I think that him doing the debates with Tucker was a big dry run because I think they know
no idea why he's not running. Yeah, I thought the same
thing. I think it's just like we're gonna pull him out. Just like, hey, look, someone breathing that can string the sentences along and looks like an '80s action villain is in this race.
I think you bring him to a lower seed when you just let Trump do his last run, and then you get 2 runs of Gavin Newsom. Like, that seems like a solid plan.
I like the wild card of Trump being in there because we need somebody that's like with their hand over that nuke button. Like, come on, baby.
Is that a wild card though, or is that just a fucking president? Because that was like that's the normal president though. That's not a wild card. Maybe he's a wild card because he does his damn job.
Well, freaking.
He was a wild card because he talked shit on Twitter.
Well, look, here's Trump. Here's Trump's hand going to hit the button. Here's Biden's.
Please don't attack my pipelines. It's clogged.
Biden's more likely to hit it in a spasm.
Biden's
they wouldn't
looking.
even let him hit the button. They
You
give
know,
it to someone else.
Biden's looking for pudding.
Yeah.
Where's the
Actually, it
pudding
is
book?
ice cream because
Do
ice
you
cream
think he-
helps
hold
people with
on.
dementia.
Do
So
you
Ego-
think?
Tapioca.
Do
Wait,
you
really?
think? Hold on, no.
Yeah.
Biden replaced Trump's Pepsi button with a pudding button. He had to have.
It wasn't Pepsi, it was Diet Coke.
Sorry. I'm gonna keep drinking that garbage anyway.
So Ego, you think they call an audible and pull on Newsom?
I think they're gonna let this they're gonna let the debate happen, and they're gonna let everyone see how bad it really is. If they're willing to show this unedited, I think they're gonna try to and just be like, "This is bad," because the minute Trump chooses his VP, and if they're halfway competent, Kamala's like gonna get dusted. Like everyone still remembers Tulsi Gabbard flaming the shit out of her.
Oh
Yeah.
You knew right there. Oh, you can't be president. You let whatchamacallit, what's her name? Rogue from X-Men flame the shit out of you. Okay, go sit down. So ever since then, like she's not gonna be like everyone's like, okay, well, she can't be president.
No, I agree.
And
But remember the
people don't-
James O'Keefe thing where they are deathly afraid to fire her because they'd be viewed as racist.
Yeah.
This is what I gotta do. All right.
Think so?
So
Yeah,
it's not.
Nah,
They'll offer her a
all you
Supreme
do-
Court seat.
No, yeah, or either that, or you get another woman to say how we really need to look towards Gavin Newsom or somebody else and not Kamala.
It's not going to be
all you-
Gavin because he's going to lose.
You see,
He can't go against Trump.
I think the thing is that if you know that you're going to pick up more House or Senate seats by doing this, and it winds up being a deadlock, you do it anyway to say that you tried and be like, it doesn't matter what he does because we've either got the Senate or we've got the House, so it's a deadlock.
Yeah, but the problem is Gavin actually wants to be president. And if you run for president and lose, it really makes it tough when you come back. I mean, it took Joe three times.
Yeah,
that's fine, but he still got in. That's what I'm saying.
Should have never had
Doesn't
Well,
matter if you
let's
get
be
in.
honest of the reality of all the votes that happened. The more
I'm
most
not-
votes.
I'm saying
ever.
I'm just saying he's in. That's what I'm saying. If you think that however you think he got in, it doesn't change the fact that he's in. So
Oh, he's in.
Gavin-
Yeah,
yeah. That's what
I
I'm
just
saying.
don't think
So,
it's
like,
gonna
if
be.
he thinks-
I'm gonna say if they're gonna, I'll tell you who's gonna come back. Who's making noise again?
Well, that's the other. That's the
Round
only other way that
two.
you don't get Kamala. That's the only other way
Round
you don't
two.
get Kamala.
Big. Oh, Hillary. Yeah,
Round two.
Hillary's
It's Hillary's
But
time.
that's gonna be worse though. That's gonna be worse.
Big Mike. It's Big Mike.
Yeah,
I
Go back for that.
They would have to drag that woman in there against her will.
I
She
don't
wants
know.
nothing to do with it.
I don't believe it.
I
think
think
Wait,
she's
who are you talking about?
Big
Talking about
Mike?
Michelle?
Michelle.
Obama.
I think
That's
she's
not-
gonna be like, I don't want to do it, but I must. They
She
they
doesn't-
need
no,
me.
She's not gonna
No.
do it. No, she's not gonna want to do it. No, there's nothing that's gonna make you want to
I
do
can't
it.
imagine there's any way she would do it.
Well, look, all she
Yeah.
has to do is be like Joe Biden, right?
No.
Like she does. Like Joe
She's-
Biden doesn't do anything.
Mm-mm.
She doesn't have
She's
to.
not-
She wouldn't have to
Hey.
do anything.
Hey,
Her dick's so much bigger than Biden's.
And that's why I'm flaccid.
The difference, though, is she does because she's not an 80-year-old crypt keeper. She's Michelle
not gonna-
Obama. She's in her
not going to
50s.
wanna do it. Not going to do that. Nope.
I don't know. I
The
think
only
I think
the
she's a
only
lot of
person that
power.
would have been in the only black woman that would have been in a prime position to do this almost a decade and a half ago was Condoleezza Rice, and she said, "Fuck no, I'm gonna sit on the college football playoff committee and just chill." Like,
And hope Roger Goodell dies
yeah,
to take
she'd
over
be
the
awesome.
NFL. That's what she wants.
Yeah, it needs to be
Yes, she'd
sooner.
be awesome. So like that is like there's only one person that wants to do it, and that's Hillary Clinton, and no one's gonna really want to vote for her a second time. Like it's been 8 years, let it go.
Yep.
So I don't like there's either way there's no way that this works unless you push.
I don't think Gavin's going to risk it right now.
Oprah.
I think Oprah's ship is sailed.
No.
Yeah.
No. Why would you want to do that? Like being president to me
Why
is
would you-
like being the president of your
Oh,
ninth
wow.
grade class.
I know.
I mean,
All right,
Trump
let's see what
lost
else
a
we've
lot
got
of
to
money.
say here.
Yeah.
'Cause, we still have one clip of cringe that I have to give to everyone.
Bring it on.
Let's do it.
Look to the state to solve their problems. They don't look to the church to solve their.
There's so many Trump supporters that think he's going to save the fucking world.
Right, and I have a problem with that.
Problems. They don't solve the problems themselves. They don't create a culture to solve problems. Many of them are still putting their children in public schools. Many of them are still trusting in hospitals and the medical industry. And they just believe in the state, right? When it comes to abortion, they want the state to do something about that. They don't actually want to do the work to discourage people from having abortions. You don't see a lot of that type of work being done. It's all let the state get it done. Let the state get it done, which reminds me of communism. You know, let's centralize power within the hands of a few people in the state and start legislating and take away rights from people and tell them what they can and cannot do with their bodies. Number 10, many of these people
My
are
only
corporate and
disagreement with that,
collegiate.
though,
What that means
is
is they
Roe v. Wade is a really stupid ruling, just logically, and then two, it's if you were to do a federal solution to abortion, that could easily just be overturned with another presidency.
Yes.
Versus this being a more permanent solution that that's my only thing. There's no right answer, but I like the overturning.
The overturning of Roe v. Wade, returning it to the states, is actually recognition of federalism, which is what this nation originally was meant to be.
That was a smart version of my answer.
And I have a clip that I'm saving. I have a clip that I am saving of the woman from that case saying that she lied. I'm saving that clip for when that topic becomes more relevant again. So that is a thing.
Are manufactured by the same Marxist universities that manufacture the woke left. Also, this means that they're detached from the rank and file, the working class. They do not know how to identify with the working class. These people.
Yeah. Crowder. Temple. A lot of these people have lost touch.
Yeah.
I'm curious where he goes with the collegiate, though.
Yes. I went to a private Christian university in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So I went to a Bible college to be a doctor.
Okay.
Nice.
Because my parents were like, it's its own deal, but because my parents felt so strongly in their faith, they decided to send me to a Bible college that had a defunct medical school, thinking that by the time that I graduate, the medical school would be available and that I'd be able to get in. So it's like I understand what he's saying. It's like, well, hey, you should go to a school that's got a bigger science program than go to Bible school, because my parents are like hugely conservative, and they would want me to go to a Christian school. Like, that's what wound up happening. I don't know if that's the route he's taking, but I understand where he's saying with that.
I think he might be talking about sending your kids to college in general.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing is, like, my parents sent me and my 3 younger brothers to the same university. And it's like, well, for the degrees that we all got, it's like, I mean, outside of mine, I don't think the rest of us really needed them. And I think that's what me and Shiro talk about all the time is, if we have kids, we're like, hey, look, you should probably have a trade unless what you want to do is going to require a degree.
Dude, exactly.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Doctors is one of the few things that I think you actually need to go to school for.
100%.
Yeah, you don't need to go to school to become a lawyer.
A lawyer would
That
be another
too.
one of those things, but that's just because there's so many fucking laws.
No, I said you don't need to go to school to become a lawyer.
Oh, well, I thought, excuse me, I don't know when you slide into that sarcasm or not.
It's so subtle.
They're collegiate. They're in their little stooge positions. They're in a higher income bracket, and that's why they fail to connect with people. This is why sometimes they have to steal vernacular from the hoteps to try and connect with people, because they don't know how to do it.
Like Hillary.
Number 11, vaccines. You saw, if you want to identify the woke, right? Vaccines. They took them.
Huh?
Wait, what?
Like, does he mean the
COVID.
COVID one, or does he mean any?
No, I think
he just said COVID. He just said COVID.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah, he said the COVID vaccines, they took them. And I'm like, yeah, they took them.
Well, I hate that though. I fucking hate that because there are people I know that took that because their job depended on it.
I know.
I know a particular one that I roomed with at the Dallas meetup.
Yeah,
but I will on the other hand, I will say that I had a close friend that lost his job because he didn't take it.
I know.
So I mean, like but I was like, you do have a choice. The choice was offered.
I understand it's not easy, but if the conservative had the conservatives, or not the conservative, sorry, if the Republicans had a spine in any actual industrial power, they would have actually supported those who didn't take it, but they didn't. They don't take enough action because too many Republicans took it.
That's what
yes, and those Republicans all took it. The ones that could have supported them in office in Washington could have actually supported those people, and they didn't.
I'll say this: a lot of people took it because they thought their job was at risk. I get it. I understand it. I took it. I don't like that I took it, but I took it. I know another guy, Drew Outstanding in Field. Do you guys know him?
Yeah.
He took it, and it paralyzed him for a while.
Jesus.
And now he's an advocate who has met with all kinds of senators, trying to bring light to all the stuff that has happened to people.
So I'm from California, all right? And the weird thing about California is my job and the school that my girl goes to, we always got threatened with letters and higher up saying, hey, you got to get this eventually. And then I just said, we'll see. And then they're like, hey, so here's the deadline. And I'm like, okay, cool. Hey, I need to see your proof. I don't have to show you anything. And then all right, well, we're going to have to be doing some terminations based on blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then it never happened.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to have a Tim Pool moment.
Oh, I know.
But at the same time, they threaten people so much and they can't actually do anything about it.
But in the military, it actually
That's
was
totally
different.
Yeah.
That's
totally different.
I know.
I feel bad for the military people.
In the military, it actually was happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And wasn't it coming with the dishonorable discharge?
I don't know, but I know that they were booting people. Now, the people that got around it were the ones that were claiming religious exemption.
Yeah.
But
Well,
the
fuck,
only
dude. The
only problem with
kicked out their damn band member after their doctor said you've got so many autoimmune diseases you can't fucking do
the
this.
only
Wow.
problem
Listen to their music anymore, dude.
The only
Fuck you.
problem with the religious exemption thing is that if you can prove that you've used that for previous instances where they were trying to show that you needed a vaccine.
Well, it doesn't fortify medical freedom. You know what I mean? It's just the Band-Aid.
Well, joining the military, you are foregoing some freedom for the job.
That's true.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My dad took it, and at the time, he waited for the last day. But at the time, he's like 8 years out from retirement. He's like, I just want to fucking finish.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Sucked.
And that's where that is where I can have the most compassion with people, is that people that were close to retirement that didn't want to blow their retirement or their whatever, and they were willing to take it just to get it over with so they could get the fuck out and be done with it. But it is what it is.
I remember the whole you know what? I'll just get the one. I'll just get the Johnson & Johnson. I want the 2. And then there were so many issues with it. They were like, I don't want to take the 2, but I want to take the 1, but the 1's sketchy as hell.
I have a friend who got the Johnson & Johnson, and I think it affects her life greatly now.
Jesus. Insane. Remember they were calling it the black people one?
The one that Drew Outstanding in Field got was the Pfizer.
Oh, the Pfizer one.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people that got the burns from the Moderna one. Did you ever hear about those?
Well, they don't sell the Moderna one anymore.
Really?
Well, now there is a logical explanation. The demand for it isn't there as much. So therefore,
but they still do the boosters if you already got it, though.
They don't even advertise the stuff anymore.
They don't need.
Remember when it was like
Travis Kelce doesn't. Travis Kelce told me to.
I will say this: when COVID hit, I was actually a traveling doctor, so I went to nursing homes. So when COVID hit, they were just like, "Hey, put a mask on. Everybody's sick. We think it's flu. We don't know what's happening." 2 weeks later, like that's when COVID hit. So I will say that I was laid off from March of 2020 until January 2021. So
Damn.
all I did was just sit around and read. So when that FDA thing came out, I read the whole thing. Like I told my wife then, I was like, "Yo, look, the goal with this vaccine isn't a vaccine. Is they're gonna make this shit into a pill, so that you get sick, you take a Paxil pill or whatever they call that shit now, and you're fine."
I remember
But it's like,
that.
oh, we need to make it a vaccine first, so you take it. But I was like, if something is so strong that you have to be split to 2 doses, why would you take one? Like that was a red flag for me to begin with.
They've come out to say that the vaccine, in quotation marks, vaccine for COVID is not a vaccine. It's a mRNA. It's a DNA alteration or something like that.
And I told my wife, I was like, "Yo, between this, the 201, I don't know if you know about the 201 event. Did y'all hear about the 201? Do y'all know
That's the one where they did the simulation.
Yeah, 3 months before. Yeah. So I was like, between that, the 201 event, and the people that are behind it, it didn't make any sense to me to take it for me being in the healthy bracket of the people they're saying. And plus what they were saying, what the side effects were when that study came out, I was like, if you're doing something, you're making me do something, but you're saying that if something happens to me for doing something you forced me to do, I can't actually take you to court over it. Like that's
that was shady as shit when they said, "Oh, if you have a problem, you can't sue the company."
So,
that's why they called it a vaccine, because you can't do that to vaccine companies already. That's
but no, it's when you put it under emergency use.
Yeah, okay, that's what it was.
Yeah, like it was when you said emergency. I was like, if something's an emergency, it sounds like it's rushing me, but I can't actually bring up the issues you're having.
Well,
so
you know what I love? So there's been this new thing coming out where people are like something happened in Europe where they claimed it was like a bioweapon, right? And they rushed it too fast. And there's people on the right celebrating that. And I'm like, President Trump did warp speed.
Yeah, exactly.
And I have no problem with warp speed. I had no problem with that. It was a fact that, like, if people are freaking out, and I think that's why there was a divide between boomers and millennials and zennials, was the fact that boomers, for the most part, from what I understand, were set at this point. Like, hey, look, we're coasting. Life is decent at this point. I want to protect what I have, so I'm going to get it. While millennials were like, well, hey, we're healthy. Why should we be getting this?
Yep.
Like, you're forcing it on the rest of us when we haven't had a chance to actually take the risk that you took to get to be where you are financially. And so I think that's what set off a lot of the a lot of divides in households.
Well, I believe Trump was never going to enforce it too. So that was the thing. Like the emergency status of it, the Operation Warp Speed was for people who wanted to voluntarily get it.
Right.
So I never had an issue with it.
It never should have been beyond that.
Yeah, I don't think Trump. Well, that's Trump brings up the vaccine, everyone boos, and then he's like, "Yeah, but I wasn't going to force you to get it. I believe."
Yeah,
and that's all I had to be. Yeah.
All right, let's. After vaccine, he had
these news organizations that were on the right mandated them at their media outlets. I'm not going to say no names, Ben Shapiro. I mean, oops. But many of these people said you're an idiot if you don't take the vaccines. In hindsight, we've seen what has happened, and now everybody is familiar with the detrimental effects of the vaccines. I have told people about the vaccines way before the pandemic, and I don't trust any and all of them. Okay? And that's part of being real woke. See, real woke didn't trust the government, didn't trust the medical industry, didn't trust big pharma, and we never were interested in giving our children vaccines or even ourselves vaccines because we've understood and studied the human body. Brings us to the last one here. They're sheep, right? And the way you know they're sheep is they deal in banal topics, right? Like I said before, the left usually sets the agenda, right? So when the left sets the agenda, what do they say? Oh, we're going to argue about abortion. We're going to argue about this. We're going to argue about that. Meanwhile, things like Article 1, Section 8, CBDC, Federal Reserve, some of the more intellectual matters are not discussed. Even the border crisis tends to go to the back. And what do you see a lot of people talk about? They talk about things that have nothing to do with America, like Palestine and Israel. You see a ton of conversation about Palestine and Israel because they don't want you looking at the invasion happening at your own border. They want you focused on the invasion happening in the Middle East. So what they deal is, these are sheep, so they deal in the same topics over and over again. They rehash them, just like the.
I don't think talking about Israel and Palestine is to avoid talking about the border.
I can see it as a distraction.
I kind of do.
I
think Ukraine is better. I think Ukraine is better than Israel and Palestine, to use as an example.
I guess as long as you're talking about both, right? Like, I mean, you should be talking about both if you're a fucking news
hold on.
station, right?
What? So talking about Israel from whose perspective? You're talking about like Republicans saying, "Hey, Israel needs our money."
I guess really all you need
Ukraine.
to say, I guess really all you need to say about the Israel thing, if you're really MAGA and America first,
defend it.
Is
it's fucking defund it. Oh my
Yes,
god,
we
that's
don't-
even gayer than me drinking Face Clan. Fuck.
What was your wait? What was your original question? I don't see how what?
I don't see how talking about Israel and Palestine is saying that you're ignoring the border.
It's not important. It's kind of a distraction. Defund that shit.
But I mean, if you're a news, he's talking about
No,
the Daily Wire, right?
Okay, so
Yeah.
I see it as all connected, and I will include Ukraine. Sending money to Israel, sending money to Ukraine, versus sending money to our own border. It's all connected.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Why don't we just sell them the weapons for the?
Hold on.
Oh god.
Uh-oh.
Look, Gay Steve's got
That's
something.
What is
on?
going
What
on?
Like,
the
what
fuck
you
is
got?
a country that's $35 trillion in debt sending money to anybody for?
Exactly.
No, well, hold on. That is how they make the money back, though, by
No,
selling.
fuck them.
Actually, 'cause
Make the money back from China. They can keep buying our garbage.
from an
Fuck
actual
that.
like
we buy
con
their garbage?
perspective,
But
Israel's more profitable like investment than Ukraine is, and that's
But
why
the
they're
thing
doing
is,
this to make money, and it's evil.
Steve raises the question though. That's what he's saying is like anyone that's not Bryson's like, why are we even like this is ridiculous? Why are we doing this? Why are we sending this? There's issues here. I would want to focus on that issue here. Or you should only be saying, hey, we're only talking about this because hey, they set a bill that said, hey, it was the apple pie 4th of July bill, but in the bill is actually sending money to places that aren't the United States. That's what he's saying. Like, if you did that, the reactions to that, that's fine. But if you're just talking about to say, hey, this is going on over here, it's like, well, hey, I'm not really focused on there because I'm not over there, and we're kind of isolated by way of our geography. So if it's not Mexico or Canada, like, why aren't we talking about things that are in the United States?
Hold on. Okay. So if you're a broke motherfucker, do you go out and get a girlfriend? No.
Well, hold on.
I'm supporting all these other motherfuckers.
Hold on.
I had some of my best luck being a broke motherfucker.
If you got
hold on.
packs and she's packing and she's rich, yes, you do.
Hey, I am the king of dick for roof. Let's not go there.
Hobosexual. Got it. Okay.
Homosexual.
But like, no, what it is, like, we're broken. Let's fix that. And then let's worry about everything else.
It's a very good analogy.
That's fair. And I think that's the point he's trying to make is like these are all characteristics when, like, if face it, like that's kind of why Candace got fired. She really was like, yo, why are we doing this? And instead of actually getting the debate, which actually would have been great for everybody, like they got rid of her. So we don't get to have that discussion, which leads to the fact of like, oh, yo, you guys are woke right if we can't question why we're focusing on what's going on over there instead of what's right here. I also, again, I say that to say that also against Maj Toure and what's his name? Brandon Tatum. Like
We'll
Tatum
circle
goes,
back to that.
Yeah, okay. That's
I'm
fair.
just fucking with you.
Okay, no, it's all good. Okay.
The speaker. No, the speaker.
Speaker,
we'll circle back.
dude, okay.
We'll circle back.
But yeah, I mean, just like, I think that, I don't know if y'all know who Maj Toure is.
No, I haven't heard that.
Maj Toure he's from Philly, and that's where I lived for 12 years. He does Black Guns Matter. It's basically about sex amendment in the urban neighborhood. And like that's all he does. Like, hey, I have a solutionary center. We teach people gun safety, understanding imminent threat, civics, the whole nine. And I was like, you contrast it with a guy like Brandon Tatum, who just says, oh, whenever cops have a situation where they want to like tell what really happened, they just send me information, but all I do is react to other stuff. It's like, I think that Brandon Tatum is a very low IQ informed guy that happens to be a police officer, and the conversation you'd want to have is someone like Maj Toure with Brandon Tatum. But because Brandon Tatum goes with a lot of woke right things in terms of being a sheep, like it takes away from the fact that, hey, someone that's actually doing something that would have a better conversation on this is someone that a lot of people know about.
Brandon Tatum should have been what Donut Operator is now, but he just went hard into reaction commentary.
Yeah, and I think the problem is if he actually went into politics, he would find out that the people that he thinks like him don't really like him. Like I thought I liked Brandon Tatum, but I'm like the more I listen to him, like I live in North Texas. I know guys like that too, and you bother me. Like you're the I
just don't think he's insightful. He just does reaction content. He's like Hassan. He's Hassan.
I think,
he
thinks he's insightful, but he's not.
Same thing.
Yeah. Okay, so I hate the word woke. I get what calling it the woke right is doing, because it's like that what that term does. But there's got to be a better name, because it's just gonna fucking make it more confusing.
Just don't be lazy. Is it progressivism?
I like woke right. It's the reckoning on both sides that needs to happen, to me, honestly. Because now when you say something's woke, I gotta ask which one.
I think it discredits.
Sorry.
Oh, so you know what? So it brings it back to that conversation of which one is it? But there's so many different ways that people think of woke. There's people who think it's just woke just because there's a black man, or that because Zelda's the fucking. What the hell just happened?
What did you do?
Sorry,
I didn't do nothing.
I don't know if I hit something.
What the
hell
is that?
Over
Fractured click.
engaged monthly.
Stop!
What's going on? What is this? What's this woke shit on my screen?
Well, no, I like it because
Fractured is a shill.
If you say woke now, it's like you actually have to watch and pay attention. Not just hear a buzzword and be like, oh, I'm not going to support what that person said because they said it was woke. Or you know what? They said it was woke. I'm actually going to look at it. Like, no, like now you have to
so
actually
easy.
pay attention.
Zelda woke
like
never
it
happened.
Lacks definition. It lacks the ability to actually identify what the issue is. I mean, we could all say, look, the Acolyte is woke. No, tell me specifically what you have a problem with the show. And the other thing is, like, we talked about it earlier. Yeah, they had pronouns in it. I didn't give a shit about that. I was more concerned about the fact that the story sucks, because that's all I'm focusing on. I'm tired of this political bullshit on these shows. I'm just going to accept they're going to push a message and tell you otherwise why the show sucks.
I think a lot of people.
Go for it. I'm sorry.
No, you go.
I don't mean to keep over talking, guys. I am sorry.
Oh, you're.
I will say that.
Go.
Okay.
Fucking cancel this guy.
When I was single ego, all right, me and my buddy Justin Ice, we had a concept called pink socks. Okay, bear with me for a sec. I'll put y'all on game, like Kendrick Lamar said. All right. So what we would do was like, hey, you dress really nicely, as nice as you can when you go out to an event, but you pick something that someone's going to look at that you know will intentionally draw their attention. For us, it was pink socks. And like men and women be like, yo, why do you have pink socks on there? And it didn't matter what the situation was. You could fix it anyway. But you know when someone's looking at that, you said it so you know exactly what they're looking at. So you know half of what they're going to say before they even say it. So for me, I think saying woke right, woke left is half of the battle right there. By saying woke right now, you're like, well, hold on, what's that? And you actually know the answers to half the arguments that person's going to have. I actually, that's why I'm saying I like it. Because people that are using it now already know how the conversation is going to go. But if you're actually an informed individual, real woke and not going to be on theft, like Ashok is saying, like you're going to be able to have a better conversation. So
So hold on, left eye.
Yes.
Don't.
I know we don't know each other, but just Urban Dictionary pink sock.
Oh my god.
Tonight, and you might want to change your project's name.
Hold up, let me.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Let me look it up too.
Hold up.
Oh God. So
Why you gotta ruin everything,
Oh.
Steve? Oh no.
Oh no, he walked off again.
God damn it, Steve.
Urban Dictionary. Oh my goodness.
Ego,
What have I
Ego,
done?
your walk offs. I swear to God,
What
man.
have I
Oh
done?
my God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Hey,
Oh,
how's it going? Jargo the
shit.
Great. He says word change though and have multiple meaning. And that's kind of that's kind of the thing with woke, because you could say, if you use the word woke and someone doesn't ask what do you mean, and then you just have like this conversation, and like you could both have two different ideas. It's like the woke guy and the racist guy sitting down and hanging out.
Yeah. So I really like the last part that Left Eye said, because my argument is the reason why I don't like woke right is because it's going to confuse the normies and discredit all the time where woke did apply. And go, see, you all cry woke, 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 but your own side's doing it now. So I guess it wasn't a big deal after all. But at the same time, you're like, what you said at the end kind of made me think a little differently.
Yeah, it's all. But I'm gonna say, if it's really woke, I would just say theft. So, Shaka, I'm stealing your word.
Yeah,
I'm gonna recolonize it and call it theft.
I never thought about branding it that way because I've always called it theft.
Theft sounds awesome, bro. I'm saying it's theft.
We've been going for 3 hours 45 minutes. I need to do the clip of cringe. This one is in celebration of Pride Month, and I'm
thank
not
God.
sorry.
Pink socks.
No. God,
Ow,
but you know what? Not
Fuck
far
you,
off.
Steve.
How many of you guys looked that up, dude?
Y'all gonna have to clip. You're gonna have to clip that because that was well played.
You got this legendary example is all ruined.
Thanks, Steve.
Fucking Steve.
Hey everyone, it's Injector Chris here at Lushful Aesthetics. I'm here with my friend Christian, and today we're going to be doing Hole Talks. Hole Talks is exactly what it implies. It's Botox for your holes. It relaxes tension muscles to make bottoming easier. Patients love this procedure because it's safe, effective, comfortable, and allows them to bottom
shit yourself?
Please stop.
Why, Static? Why?
You have to shit yourself.
You
How do you
Hold on,
does your
you guys,
asshole hold
No.
You already brought up poppers.
you guys, that's the first time you saw that? Like, why is that the first thing that pops up on my Twitter feed when I reopened it today?
No. No.
That tells us what you're
Shock.
searching, Steve.
Shock, put it this way.
Fucked up shit.
You take Botox in the asshole, you're not gonna be able to shit for a week because everything's gonna be swollen.
Oh, is that how it would work?
No, a little hole talk, some poppers, you're good to go.
Yeah, doesn't Botox
Jesus.
tighten everything? It tightens everything up, right?
Yeah, so you're not gonna be able to take a shit.
Did DoorDash or did Postmates
How does that help?
sponsor this?
I don't know.
Because you know how that helps? Like, it's because it's like a jelly.
There's only one person here who actually has some medical knowledge. I mean, and he's just waving it off.
They want it to be tight for butt fucking.
But what I'm saying is, like,
I'm going back
if
to
you
my
get
fascia
if you
look.
get whole talk, if you get whole talks, then you
that's
can't
not
use the
right.
phrase from fucking Bad Santa anymore, dude. Like, it's
You know how I have a bunch of dudes on this podcast? Everyone's trying to figure out how it fucking works.
I'm not asking a damn thing. I don't want to know. I don't care to
I'm
know.
not asking.
I'm
I
saying
accidentally found out pink socks. I'm not saying shit.
That's how you know we have a bunch of straight dudes.
Left
Your
eyes
ass
over
out
here.
an airlock for
What
this.
the
Good lord.
fuck?
That's pretty
Jeremy's
gay.
not here for this, of course.
Wow.
Right.
That's the most gayest thing that gets popped
Dermy
up
would-
here, and Dermy isn't here.
Okay.
What the
It
fuck?
actually gets way too
Okay.
gay when he's not here somehow.
Oh my
Jer-
God.
It's like
Dermy
you're
would
making up for it. Jesus.
Dermy would analytically break it
Why?
down to the smallest degree.
You know what? I'm going to send that clip to Dermy for ball.
Please do.
Because I think Adam needs to see
Actually, just play it during the show. Don't even show it to him.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just fucking pop it right up there.
Yeah.
Next time he gets like too drunk or like takes a shit, pop it up there.
Well, you have next week will be the last week of Pride Month if you want to celebrate.
I know.
What a way
We'll
to
have
s-
one more.
Way to send
Maybe
out.
we'll see. I mean, it depends on what the Twitter guides give me as far as what cringy shit I can find.
I'll find it for you.
But yeah, great show. Left Eye Ego, thank you for joining us, making the conversation a bit better, because I thought he was just calling the list woke, and I was like, that seems like he's doing exactly what he's blaming them of, like. But thank you for joining us. How about you let the people know? I want to get your link here so I can get your link.
I got it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Fractured. So let the people know what you got going on, Left Eye.
Guys, it is Left Eye Ego here. I dropped an interview that I did at Comic Palooza in Houston. Went live, I believe, on Wednesday, which was yesterday. And I have got a stream with my wife, the Shiro, that's going to be this Sunday at 5 p.m. Central. Duke Devil 95 heard about this last night, but if you join in on that stream Sunday at 5 p.m. Central, you will hear how I almost got kicked out of a restaurant because they asked for a happy ending.
Oh,
whoa,
oh my,
yeah,
can't miss that.
Did you mean to say
you
meal?
weren't willing to give it up?
What else can I help you with?
I'm going to explain on Sunday.
It's called a teaser.
Okay.
It's called a teaser.
Teaser.
I get you.
We're laughing about it. We're laughing about it now, but you
Okay,
know.
it's a teaser. Okay.
Wait till you Google pink eye or pink sock.
Everyone go.
Someone please clip this. Please,
Yeah,
please.
that's a good clip. I got
Or
clip.
do you
Guys,
not
please
want to
do
go
it.
back and watch the last 15 minutes of this,
Yes.
especially if you've eaten recently? Like, it's
Oh my god.
everything went south. But we had
right
a great,
after dinner.
we had an
come right
amazing conversation before the last 15 minutes. So, thank you for being here, Ego. Our other guest tonight,
That's right.
Horny Alf. Let the people know what you got going on, sir.
Yeah, what's up, ma'am? This is my first time on your channel. I had a good time. Thank you for inviting me. Yeah, I'm Horny Alf. Check out my channel, my YouTube channel. I'm at 411 subs, so I'm 89 subs away from 500 to be able to monetize. So go check it out. Give me a sub if you like. I do mostly gaming content. I also stream on Kick, Twitch, and Rumble, if those are your fancy. So I just moved, so I'm going to be doing a lot more streams recently. So Wednesdays, I'm going to be doing a stream called Wednesday Warships. It's me playing World of Warships with a couple of the guys here, but and then Fridays, I'm going to be doing probably Halo streams with Dermy and a few others. If anyone else wants to join in. Sundays or Saturdays, I'm going to be doing long game streams. Probably that's good. That's probably my day to sit down and do like 4 or 5 hour game streams if I want to. Sundays is going to be my multiplayer game streams. Static's been on a few of those. I think they're going to be a little earlier in the night now, based on the fact that I'm in a new location. I don't have family here with me, but. And then Mondays will probably just be a random game stream. So come check them out.
Thank you, Alf, for joining us this evening. He was just going to hit me up to play some Warships, and I was like, well, why don't you come on and hang out with us in the pregame when we talk about some weird shit? And then also, I want to say, Zargo, I think you're correct. The villain in the Acolyte is obvious. That's the little fucking pipsqueak drug dealer dude. Right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I think it's him. Unfortunately, that's a big fucking.
Everyone knows it's him.
Steve, what you got going on?
Work. Lots
Work. He's going to work, everyone.
Making that dough.
Look. Like, I'm changing races because of how much sun I'm seeing.
Oh my god! Oh, you know what? So he's been doing stucco for the past.
So
2
you're
days.
becoming Mexican?
Yeah. Stucco, bro. I
Hold
was
on.
setting block and shit today.
So yesterday he's doing stucco, and he comes home and he yells, "My nipples!" Like,
and you were like, and.
Apparently, I was like, "What are you talking
Continue.
about?" He's like, "I've rubbed my nipples off," and I'm like, "What the fuck were you doing?" He's like, "Stucco." I'm like, "Okay."
Oh,
Are you
nasty.
fucking the stucco? Like, what's going
Yeah.
on?
And you're like, nipples. And
No,
what am I
my-
supposed to
my
do with
shirt-
nipples?
I had so much sweat. My shirt was heavy, and it was just rubbing my nips
All right.
all fucking day.
I'm doing that as soon as Ballbuster starts tomorrow. I'm going to go, nipples.
Nipples.
And only Static will know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Dude, I wore pasties to work today.
Oh,
He did. He said he made homemade pasties, so he didn't have the same problem.
Jesus Christ.
Which I think just means duct tape. But anyway,
Pretty much.
That's what I figured too.
Shaka Zulu, want to let the people know what you got going on, sir?
Not much. I should be on Ballbusters, I think, and I am very much down to play some Warships and Halo with Alf. I think life's finally calming down a bit, so you'll see some more gaming streams on my YouTube and my Kick, Shaka Zulu 1 and Shaka Zulu 12. So, yep, see you all tomorrow, and great show, everyone.
Sorry, I was going to put Shock's link in there because the bot command doesn't work for him. I put the wrong damn URL. But anyways, Fractured's doing everything for me. Thank you, sir. How about you let the people know what you got coming on?
Yeah, you can of course find me on Rumble, Kick, Twitch, Odyssey, and all that jazz as the Fractured Filter. We'll have Saturday Night Sith this weekend, of course, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 4 p.m. Mountain Time. We'll be, of course, then watching Stargate SG-1 Season 2, Episode 2, In the Line of Duty, where we get now a third party to the equation of everything going on in the whole Stargate universe. Fun times, and I'm sure we will have plenty to talk about too. I don't know if Hitman is even keeping up with Acolyte. I know he watched last week's episode. I don't know about this week, so we'll see what happens. And please go over to the Fractured Filter Gaming channel and help save the video of mine. It is being ratioed to hell and high waters because a bunch of furries found their way to the video. Because, yes, I was taking a shot at the filthy furries. But it's the Helldivers 2 community manager out of control over furry art. So if you could help just kind of give a thumbs up and everything. Otherwise, it's doing great. It's got 2,000 views and all that sort of shit. It's pretty fucking hilarious.
Furries do so much for views, man. I get so many furry comments.
But it's like 32 upvotes to 115 downvotes. It's definitely been the most ratioed video I've
what
had.
percentage? Mine is a
21%.
Oh, I'm a 15. My Fallout video is a 15% ratio.
The last one that did bad on the main channel was the Melee Games versus Running with Scissors.
Oh yeah,
that was a nuclear. That was a bit of a fallout right there, but not as bad as this one. Like I said, the furries were all out in force on this one, so
they're great. They're like bots within
the comments. The comments too have been funny. There's been, of course, the people that are just like fuck the whole like kind of fuck you. There's been some rational furries coming into there having a.
There's some base furries.
They're making some okay conversations. I still think they're degenerate as hell, but you know what?
Yeah.
Hey, they're being civil. There's some civil furries.
There's a lot of cool furries.
I'll give them some credit where credit is due.
Hey,
I'll try on furries.
You got one on the panel with you right now.
Yeah, you're so offensive.
I take pride in that.
How dare you talk? How dare you say that in front of Static?
Dude,
I wish I had that Pink Panther in my room right now.
Oh yeah. I need to find the old bear meme I made of you, where you're that bear in the lavender frolicking through the lavender flowers.
What do you call me? Barrio or something?
Let's get Barry.
Otherwise, that's all from me. Of course, be back here next. Well, I might be. I don't know. With debate bullshit. I don't know if I want to stick around for a bunch of drunk people yelling at the debates, but we'll see.
Why don't you just come at the end?
No one is obliged to attend. I was going to give Steve an opt out because we're trying to open up a spot for someone.
Oh, okay, yeah. If you need a spot open too, I'll dip. Otherwise, yeah. Depending on what goes on, and yeah, that's all from me.
And our other. Somehow I ended up on a panel with a lawyer and a doctor today. I didn't plan on that, but
the start of a joke. A doctor and a lawyer enter a bar.
Is Static the rabbi in this joke?
The other well-educated person, Duke Devil, let the people know what you got going on. I know you got more videos coming.
Oh yeah, I'm my channel is Duke Devil 95, and I officially apparently still have 250 subscribers now on my channel.
Nice.
I review terrible science fiction TV shows because that's all they put out now. My Acolyte video just came out. I have last week's Doctor Who, and I will be reviewing this week's Doctor Who. And then Saturday night, I will be appearing with Dermy, Adam, and Jed on the Doctor Who Cares review as we talk about the end.
Oh, nice. That's right. Yeah.
The end of the first season of Dr. Shooty. Yes, it's finally done.
Oh, thank God.
8 very long episodes.
I need to watch some of your other reviews. I think I missed a couple.
I can't.
So of course I'll have that review up. I'll be waiting very excitingly for episode 5 of The Acolyte next week. And then I'll
Why do
be
you torture
joining
yourself, Brad?
because I'm a masochist. I went to law school.
Okay.
Then on Wednesday night, you'll see me and Ego joining Ryan from Legion Talks and Joker Voice as we talk about wrestling. And then I'll be back here next week to see if how long I can last during the debate.
Man.
We're gonna work on the rules. I'm not trying to get wasted.
Yeah,
but
we have work.
That's why I
day.
bought fucking Malibu, right? Like I went with the easy stuff. So yeah, everyone, thank you for watching. We had Forking Around showed up at the end. We had Shaka Zulu was in the chat. We also had someone new over on the Twitch side, Zargo the Great. Thank you for joining us. Ken, hey, good to see you, buddy. It's been a while. Ariel was in the chat, of course. We had Savage Dad. Kel was here the whole time. Timon was here until he just couldn't stay up any late. I'm amazed that we've got someone from Brazil in our audience. I think that's really cool.
That is cool.
And it's nice whenever he chimes in with that Brazilian perspective.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can find me here Monday. We got Monday Night Bloodbath. That will be debate prep probably, and whatever dumb shit happens between now and then. And then Thursday, we're gonna have Wrong Pregame. We're combining Wrong Think and the Weekend Pregame. That is Devil Made Me Do It. I don't even know if I'm supposed to be announcing this. I didn't say nothing. He was in the chat earlier, but he's coming back for the debate off of his internet hiatus, and we're going to be doing a drinking game, which we will publish the rules and everything, and it's just going to be a free-for-all. And that's even if the debate's streaming anywhere. I don't know if it's streaming anywhere.
We may just drink and Google Urban Dictionary,
right? Like we might just have a panel of 10 people drinking and constantly refreshing our Twitter feeds to find clips from the debate.
So it would make it a pre-gaming ball buster stream.
Could we watch like in the background on like a Spectrum app or something?
We'll just play World of Warships.
I have Spectrum.
If anyone has you know what? We might be able to stream it then if you've got a CNN login, because usually you can use your Spectrum.
Oh, it's on CNN. That's right.
Yeah, you can log in with your Spectrum login and then pull it up on CNN that way.
What about my service? Because I got CNN live on that.
Gay service?
No, we'll talk about that behind the scenes. We'll see. We don't talk about that on YouTube. Anyways, no outro video. Everyone say